is muted. Welcome back to the Bailey pregame show. I'm Ivan Vargas. Last week of the season, it's finally here, the final countdown. Will it be Matt Nagy's final game? I think it will absolutely be that. Before we get started, guys, go ahead, like, share, and subscribe to Sports Zone Chicago on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Also, go ahead and check out my page at Ivan Vargas. Just search Ivan Vargas on YouTube. Go ahead and like and subscribe to that as well. Also, download the Sports Zone Chicago app wherever you get your apps from. HR, good morning to you. Good morning to all you Sports Zone Chicago fans. And, it's just kind of I don't want to say it's a happy day, but to me, it's pretty a pretty happy day. I know what's coming tomorrow. We kind of all have that feeling about what's going to happen tomorrow with the imminent removal of Matt Nagy. Good morning, Armando, from the head coaching role of the Chicago Bears. Today, we still have one more game to go. It's against Minnesota. Minnesota has they had one more win over us. Obviously, they had that last win over us at Soldier Field where we struggled to put the ball in the end zone. But, you still have to play. You got guys playing for a contract, guys playing, for themselves. You still have to finish out the season strong. I would like for the Bears to get a victory here, not for Matt Nagy, but for themselves. Beat Minnesota, be even with Minnesota. Try to at least keep pace with any team in this division. Not that you can't keep pace with the Detroit Lions, but try to keep pace with somebody that you're looking up to. And I feel like Minnesota is that team that you could catch right here, right now. And, at least end the season on a dubious high note, I guess, some form of a happy ending to this horrible, miserable year. At least you beat the Minnesota Vikings and you end it all and you get rid of Matt Nagy moving forward. But there's been a lot of talk about what's going to happen after the firing of Matt Nagy. Hopefully it's for both Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace, although there's a lot of people out there that seem to be buying into this idea that Ryan Pace it's going to be okay with Ryan Pace staying. I'm not buying into it. I'm more just realizing it's probably going to be a strong possibility that he stays. I'm not in favor of it. I pointed it out yesterday on the Smoke Fellas Humidor Sports podcast. It's just too many hit and misses, too many Javi Baez slider low and away hacks, big misses from Ryan Pace in the most important rounds, the first and second rounds. You look at Kevin White, a miss. You look at Adam Shaheen, a miss. You look at Leonard Floyd. Leonard Floyd, to be honest, I don't know whether it was the environment for Leonard Floyd. I don't know whether it was, how that defense was being run or the personalities on that defense for Leonard, but it just never worked out. But again, another miss, at least here, for Ryan Pace. So, this idea that, people are just going to accept that Ryan Pace should, it's more of a being content with him being here. It's like, all right, I guess we can't have it all. I hate that feeling. I don't like the fact that there's this idea of firing people up, even though you've seen their track record, 7 years, 1 playoff appearance, no playoff wins, 7 years, a bunch of bust first rounders, other guys that don't even play. You're drafting offensive linemen in a 6th, 7th round because you think you're going to get them on the cheap and you're going to find some diamond in the rough. Laziness. It's cheap. It was lazy. I just feel like Ryan Pace doesn't deserve this 8th chance to get it right. And I say it because it should be a year by year thing. What are you doing for me this year? What have you done this year? Because they're talking about looking at it as a collective. Talking about looking at Matt Nagy's tenure as a Chicago Bears head coach as a collective, and you should do the same with Ryan Pace. But what you should do is start doing that every single year. Start focusing on what you did to take a step forward year in and year out with whoever the GM and the head coach is going to be. So White never scored a touchdown? Yeah, never scored a touchdown. He got close. That New England game, there was a Hail Mary from Mitch. He got down to, I believe it was the 1 yard line, but yeah, never got into the end zone. Kevin White. What's up, Vernon? Happy pre-Black Monday to you, sir. How many BoJack cereals for buy one get one free? Yeah, I wouldn't go buy that. Like, to be honest with you, I wouldn't. I wouldn't go buy that. Like, there's some other reason why those things are on sale. It's either they're bad, they're stale. I ain't touching it. Buy one get one free. That many they put it at the front of the store. You know there's something bad with it. But anyway, who are they going to, or how are they going to approach it? Like I said, you need to examine everything from year one of Ryan Pace to year one of Matt Nagy. And you don't even have to take long. It shouldn't be a rigorous examination. It shouldn't be this, oh my God, like we found this is the reason. Like, you're gonna find some answer to the whys, right? You're gonna finally find that answer to all your questions that you've been asking. It's just not there with these two. It's just not there with these two. Are you going to replace Ted Phillips with Ryan Pace? Is Ryan Pace just going to be, the new mouthpiece for Ted Phillips? Ted Phillips could go ahead and just fade to black, disappear, be the man behind the curtain. That's part of my fear. That's part of my fear with keeping him. Big news though out of Denver. Here we go, Denver. Denver firing Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio is out in Denver as their head coach. We talked about, and I don't want to get into this. Like I mentioned before, you're going to hear a million names. You're going to hear a million names and a million rumors. I hope that if they do have a guy, they've been talking to him for a while, or they at least have had him on their radar for a little while. But this is the Chicago Bears. This is the Chicago Bears. They end up doing things sloppily, end up doing things very last second. I don't know, Vernon. My hope is that he will, but I don't think you get Vic Fangio coming back as a D coordinator with anything less than Jim Harbaugh being the head coach. And he'll go to Vegas with Jim. If Jim ends up signing with the Las Vegas Raiders, and I think that's one team that he could probably get to win next year. I feel like the Raiders are still in it. The Raiders are still in the hunt. I believe they have to get a win today to be in the playoffs. But look at what they've gone through. The firing of John Gruden. You have a quarterback. They ended up fighting through that. Ended up finding a way to find wins in a tough division. Why wouldn't Jim Harbaugh want to go over there and take Vic Fangio with him? Vic's already on the West Coast. He don't have to move that far. Matter of fact, he gets out of the snow in Denver and moves over to sunshine and sand in Vegas, the Strip. Why would he have to? What is the reason they won't? Tell me what reason they won't do that. I think that the Las Vegas Raiders under a Jim Harbaugh and a Vic Fangio, offense and defense, would be a tough playoff contender next year. I could see that. Why couldn't he do that? Why can't he do that for your team right here? You have all the same pieces. You have similar pieces. You have a better defense. That's for sure. You have a better defense right now, even though they're going to be taking a shot here as far as, I wouldn't say talent, but more or less, you're going to lose players. We're already talking about Akeem Hicks, being gone. Akeem Hicks won't be out on the field today, it's sad. I feel for Akeem Hicks. That Packer game, we were there. It was hard to watch him, go out there, make an athletic play, make a great play, get hyped, bring energy, and he just can't do it. Like his this year has been a rough year for Akeem Hicks. He shouldn't have gone out like this. I don't know if they're going to re-sign Akeem or not, but hey, if you go ahead and you get a guy like a Vic Fangio coming back, maybe an Akeem Hicks stays for cheap. Maybe he takes a shot. I don't know. Akeem Hicks he wants to be paid. Obviously, every player wants to be paid what they deserve. Some players think that they're above and beyond what they actually are being paid. Some guys aren't. I think Akeem really does love being here. I think he truly does love being a Chicago Bear. I feel like he's the type of guy that if you bring in a guy like Vic, if you're able to get a guy like a Jim Harbaugh in here, you're able to go ahead and bring Vic Fangio now that he's gone from Denver. I think you could keep a guy like Akeem Hicks on a discount, maybe. I don't know how they, or excuse me, I don't know how he feels about that. But if you want another shot, and if the Bears could go ahead and I truthfully, honestly believe that it's Jim Harbaugh or bust. Jim Harbaugh bust. And now that I see Vic Fangio out there, I just can't putting the two together, running it back from what you did in San Francisco. You got to a Super Bowl. You got to a Super Bowl. How many people out there are asking the question about Ryan Day? Are we going back to a first year head coach? I know Ryan Day's been in the NFL. He's been an assistant in the NFL. He's doing a good job at Ohio State. But when the playing field is more level, is it going to be the same coach? Ohio State they pretty much have a football monopoly in the Big Ten. He could just continue to plug and play 5-star recruits, He would never have to worry. Why would he want to? First of all, why would he want to leave Ohio State? Second of all, why would you want another experiment? Why would you want another first-year head coach? I get tagging him with Justin Fields. I understand that, but Justin Fields is a grown-ass man. He don't need a security blanket. Justin Fields' talent and his knowledge of the game of football will do him just fine with any coach. Not any coach, excuse me, but with the right coach. A coach like Jim Harbaugh. A coach that's going to run the football, work off of play action. Hell, he almost took San Francisco to the Super Bowl with Alex Smith. You guys remember that? Frank Gore, you had Vernon Davis, Michael Crabtree. You had help on the outsides. They had Anquan Bolden at one point. Jim Harbaugh did that, and they had a good defense. And they had Vic's defense. And I don't think it'll take long to get this defense playing. And it's going to take some time as far as building talent, building depth and talent, because I think it's going to be a huge drop off here in a couple of years. But development, you're talking about development. Who better than Vic Fangio? You got Kyle Fuller to start playing like a first rounder. He's getting the best out of Kyle Fuller still at the end. Kyle Fuller played a really good game in replace of Surtain yesterday. Played a solid game. Still getting the best out of his players. Isn't that a guy you want in the building? You look at Jim Harbaugh, gets humbled in the Super Bowl, goes ahead, does what is having a hard time at Michigan. Then all of a sudden he finds it, he figures it out. They figured it out. They get over the hump, that Ohio State shadow finally. And let's be real, you're not going to, some of these teams going back to the old way of doing it when it was the bowl series, championship series, and these guys weren't playing each other. There was no playoff. You can get away with hiding that separation of talent between some of these teams. You can't do that anymore because you have to play them. And it's nobody's fault. I mean, these guys are recruiting top players all the time. SEC is just where the talent is, and everybody sees that. And how many times is Jim Harbaugh going to get over the hump by beating Ohio State? How many times? I feel like Jim Harbaugh always, even when he took the Michigan job, the goal was to win a national championship, no doubt. But I always felt like in the back of his mind, it was let's do this so he could find some type of rejuvenation and some type of drive to go back to the NFL and win the big one. Why can't he do that for the Chicago Bears? He got the best out of Colin Kaepernick. Colin's best years were with Jim Harbaugh. Some of Colin's worst years were with Jim, but majority of his good years, Jim Harbaugh took him to a Super Bowl. There are some good names out there. I do like Todd Bowles. If they go that route, I just want them to understand, if you're going to put offensive personnel around him, quality offensive personnel around a defensive head coach, you're going to end up getting poachers. You're going to end up getting, teams looking for the next big, whatever offensive guru. They're going to want to sign him. They're going to want to go after him. And then you're back at square one where you're a defensive team with a defensive-minded coach, probably struggling to figure out who you are on offense. And you give Justin Fields yet another year of learning somebody else's offense. You can't have that. You can't have that. Jim Harbaugh. And then, like I said, see if you could go talk to Vic and bring Vic in. As I know Vic wanted to be a head coach. You got your shot, Vic. Come on back home. Come on back over here. And let's get this done. Let's get it right. Because I believe Vic, we talk about 18. Vic was a guy that was getting it right. Vic was a guy that was doing the job. The other guy, on the other hand, he was just kind of taking all the glory. Offense taking the defense's glory and masquerading around like they did something right. The only one doing something right there, the real coach of the year, Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio. That should have been the coach of the year in 2018. They should have a share of it. They should make him take a share of it. Anyway, let's get to this game. Andy Dalton is the starter today. Dalt's not. It is what it is. Justin Fields. You want to see your young guys out there, but like I said before on Sean and Maya in the morning, this guy's not doing that. This guy's he's going to go out guns blazing. You're going to see. I wouldn't be shocked if you see them air it out today, or at least try to air it out today. Up in Minnesota in a dome. You're going to see all the gadgets, all the Matt Nagy signature moves. This is my humble opinion now. I think you're going to see all that today. I think you are going to see nothing short of BU out on that football field. Nothing short of BU. Them winning the football game, they have a shot. They had a shot at Soldier Field. Took them the entire game to get the ball in the end zone. There was an opportunity for Darnell Mooney to have a touchdown. They had multiple chances. Couldn't get into the end zone. That can't happen here today, obviously. I don't want it to happen again. It is Matt Nagy's offense, though. So like I said, don't be surprised if you continue to see we just got to play out this game, in my opinion. Just go ahead, hope for the best, cheer for the colors, cheer for the team. Be happy with that. But other than that, man, it's hard to stay happy. It's hard to stay positive. But continue to cheer for the colors. Continue to cheer for the team. There's guys fighting out there. It's not the best of seasons, but there are guys fighting out there. Look for Robert Quinn. Let's see if Robert Quinn could get a couple more sacks. Let's see if Robert Quinn could, maybe get 4 or 5 sacks in a game. Maybe let's see something, done. Let's play your hearts out as far as players and continue to look for guys that are performing. Last game, it was Thomas Graham. Thomas Graham had a great game. Look for guys like that. Look for that. I know it's over. We're here. It's the end. The final countdown. Continue to look for positives. Continue to look for the guys that give a fuck, for lack of better words. Look for guys that care. Akeem Hicks is a guy that cares. Like I said, it hurts me that Akeem's not out there. It hurts me. And to be honest, Akeem, if this is goodbye, thank you. Thank you. Because Akeem Hicks played with heart. He played with passion. Every snap. Every snap. I felt like that crazy-ass injury against the Raiders in London. I thought that was not the down, because I feel like he's 32 years old. The man's 32 years old. He can still play ball. But I felt like there was just, he wasn't the same player right away. Afterwards, you lost him for that season. There was just a kind of a lost time with Akeem Hicks. I feel like we should have had back. I feel like we should have that time back with Akeem Hicks. It's very, very hard because also the rivalry he seemed to have with Dalvin Cook. Him and Dalvin Cook would go at it. Every single game I've watched, it's last game especially, him and Dalvin Cook, no matter what it is, I don't know what it is, but they just seem to have this animosity towards each other. And, Akeem gets hyped. Akeem gets up. Akeem plays. The Packers, he plays hard. The Vikings, he plays hard. Akeem plays hard, regardless. But for those two teams, he really gets up. He really gets up. He really looks forward to getting after it against those two teams. Unfortunate. Looking at some of the free agents, we were talking about free agents last time I came on. Obviously, A-Rob gone. Akeem Hicks, it's all signs point to them not re-signing Akeem Hicks. Andy Dalton's gone. Nick Foles, Jimmy Graham, Jermaine Ifedi, good riddance. Deshaun Gibson, Jakeem Grant, Peters, Daniels, O'Donnell. You got some. You have a lot of guys up for contract. Which guys do you bring back? Jakeem Grant, I'd like. Jakeem Grant's good. You're going to lose a free safety in Tashawn Gibson. Do you re-sign Tashawn Gibson at 31? You're going to need a free safety. I don't trust any of the free safeties here. I mean, maybe you could put a Houston Carson back there if he stays there throughout the season. But you're going to need a free safety. You're going to need, obviously, to re-sign. The biggest re-signing is obviously James Daniels. And what they do with James Daniels and Sam Mustipher will not be under contract. Sam Mustipher, I don't know if he has an exclusive restricted contract. So I don't know if there's an option or whatever, if they're going to pick up Sam, if that's the case. But my biggest signing, James Daniels. And then you need to stop screwing around with the man and figure out what position he's going to play. Is it going to be guard? Is it going to be center? I want it to be center. I feel like James Daniels now, as compared to when when the Bears first removed him from that center spot, has grown. Obviously, he knows what he's doing out there. He's had very, very few times where you're like, "Ooh, James, you got beat." Very, very few times. But then again, you're playing next to a guy in Sam Mustipher, and I'm not here to berate or belittle Sam. Sam's struggling his ass off out there. And I feel like Sam's problem is with flexibility. Sam, looking at some of his tape, it just looks like he's not able to get his ass down low enough to get underneath the pads of the defense. Just seems like the defense is always on top of him, smothering him. Or just olaying his ass because he's too out over the top. He's too out in front over his feet. He's just not balanced. He's got to work on flexibility and balance. If there is an option, they do that. It's still James Daniels at center for me. And if you're looking at free agents as well, because like I said, you're going to have to work the draft. You're going to have to work free agency. I think you got like about $42 million to work with. You have some guards available. And let me go ahead and bring up the screen so you can see what I see. And this would be just a hypothetical if they go ahead and is this the one? Let's see. If they go ahead and sign James Daniels and move him over to center. So we put up a background. Here we go. So looking here, you got Lincoln Tomlinson. That's a guy that I will keep my eyes on. And the reason why, and you got Brandon Sheriff. These top three guys, sure, they're okay. I mean, they're getting paid like they're good centers. I haven't watched Andrew Norwell or Duvernay at all to really tell you. But knowing what the San Francisco 49ers and what the Indianapolis Colts do, Lincoln Tomlinson, a Mike Glowinski, Get guys like that. Get guys that were in systems that are prepared to go downhill, prepared to get out off the bus running. Find guys like that, guys that like a Lincoln Tomlinson, like a Mike Glowinski from Indy. San Francisco and Indianapolis do the things that you should be doing with a Justin Fields, with a David Montgomery. Look for those. Like in my opinion, I think you should go after guys like that. Go after guys that are mean, nasty, downhill motherfuckers. Go after guys like that. And if you move, like I said, if you move Daniels to center, you could go ahead and try and look in the draft to draft a guard, but it better be the best guard available. It better not be no discount 7th round draft pick that you're just trying to get over on us with. You're just trying to save a little bit of cash. You have to get the best one available. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and bring in special guests. Thank you for giving me some time, bro. Special guest, you guys know him as DDP Draft Dr. Phil. Phil, what's up, brother? How are you? Good morning.
What's up? You got the beard game going. You look like you're
yeah. What's that?
Are you not shaving it till Nagy's fired? Is that the
I let it it comes and goes. I decide to grow it, and I decide to shave it off. It just
look like
whatever
Yukon
I
Cornelius.
The what?
Look like Yukon Cornelius. Looking for
silver and gold.
You got
silver and gold.
Find a coach.
Yeah, man. But hey, thanks for joining me, bro. I know you had a busy morning running around with the kids and whatnot.
It's been crazy.
Let's go ahead and get into it. I was talking to these guys because all I've been hearing is people kind of being content with Ryan Pace, right? And there's all obviously news with Vic Fangio being out in Denver. My question was, can you get a reunion on the horizon? Can you find a way to get Vic here with, as far as the defensive coordinator is concerned? And I don't see that happening unless you go ahead and you sign a guy like a Jim Harbaugh, unless you sign a guy that Vic can trust.
Right. I mean, there's no way you're going to go after Vic now unless you're going after him to be the head coach, because obviously there's so many things to set the table here in regards to how are you handling Ryan Pace. That's the first ball that has to drop. That's what's needed to be clear of where the direction of this football team's going to go. That's something obviously we've been talking about at TTNL for a long time. Shane this August saying probably they're going to take this conservative route if this fails and put Pace up as director of football operations, thus appeasing, or they thought they would appease the fan base and continue their friendship. And as Carr said, that seems to be the downfall of this organization. Like with Virginia going to church with Dick Duran, so they didn't want to fire him. They loved Lovey. They keep these people instead of saying, okay, this is a business. We need to win. We need to do what's right for this organization moving forward. Ryan Pace, just in the quarterbacks, as I listed it down today, I have one of my favorite patron number one on TTNL was saying, well, hold up on Pace. He's done some good things. All the GMs have done some good things. The fact of the matter is Pace hired Nagy, doubled down on Nagy. Now you go back on the quarterbacks. Mike Glennon, $18 million. You saw my post. If you could pay Mike Glennon $18 million, you fans or supposed meatballs, oh, you can't pay Jim Harbaugh. If Jim Harbaugh is the guy, then that should be the very beginning of where you could say, okay, we can go 18 and above because we've paid this clown boy $18 million. That's how we have to think of this. We can't be worrying about what the Jets paid their guy. We can't worry about what this team paid their guy because the Bears haven't gotten the coach right. And that's where this move of Pace, because Jim ain't coming with Ryan Pace. Ryan Pace throughout the league is a comic. Like, you messed up Glennon, Hoyer, Dalton, Foles, Mitch Trubisky over Watson and Mahomes. We know the story. Now you got Justin Fields. Justin Fields with Matt Nagy. As I said, you doubled down on Matt Nagy and failed again. So how many failures at the most important positions, coach and quarterback, can we take? Okay, find me a guard. I could find you a guard. I could find you a center. I could find you a running back. It takes, remember that game Operation? It takes a very steady hand. Well, it takes a very good football mind to be able to find that right quarterback and coach, and they haven't done it. And you see that all throughout the league. There's rotations of coaches for a reason and quarterbacks for a reason every year.
Right.
You had an opportunity with Bruce Arians, failed. Whether you as a GM or not, I said this is a negative that Ryan Pace allowed administration to say, go with Fox. At the end of the day, you're the GM. You have to stand for something. I don't want this job if you're telling me. If I wanted Dan Quinn, the story of the Bears could be completely different. Dan Quinn, 2 Super Bowl. We don't know. So this is why it's so important that that position get remedied. Is Ryan Pace staying? These guys, these clowns couldn't even say how much their contract was or if they got an extension. The collaboration and the arrogance with which they handle their business is going to be there. And as Jarrett Payton, the former Chicago Bear, I just remember, I sent out someone sent me his tweet. Yeah, as he said, no head coach wants to come here with Pace. They don't trust this guy. So what does that mean? It's very easy. Matt Nagy's gone. The question now is Ryan Pace. All of the other Foles, all of the center, guard, all of that put on the back burner. It's Pace. Is he gone? Does this organization get it? Are they going after Jim Harbaugh? 2 weeks ago, I got a text from somebody I really trust within Michigan. Huge alum said, Phil, he's going to the Raiders. This was 2 weeks ago. I put it on TTNL. I said it.
And I can believe that. I can believe that he goes to the Raiders. Like, I'm a guy that I don't know why Derek Carr gets this, this bad rap. I just think that the Raiders have made bad decisions. They've struggled to put playmakers around him as well. I think if Jim Harbaugh goes to a Las Vegas Raiders, I think he could take a guy like a Vic Fangio and talk him into, hey, just be my DC, and we can go ahead and try to win a Super Bowl. I think he could get a team like the Raiders to the playoffs. I believe he could do it right here with this
the Raiders.
Team.
Raiders win, they're in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, the playoffs can't be the goal. This is my thing with all these fans. Harbaugh. Harbaugh is an excellent coach. From a coach to a coach, I don't care. I played in high school. I don't care. I'm assessing coaching. As a coach, I've said this since 2014. Chicago's got to get Jim Harbaugh. This is his dream job. The Mike Glennon bookmark for all these blog boys. If you can pay a quarterback with a cap, $18 million guaranteed, you better damn well invest in your one position you failed. Let's go back. Trestman, Fox, Nagy. Nagy's the worst one you hired. So you're not getting better, you're getting worse. So now's the time to say, okay, this guy's a proven commodity. He turned around Michigan, beat Ohio State. Yes, they got bloodied by Georgia. Who isn't getting bloodied by Georgia? There's every player on that defense is getting drafted. Everyone. Yeah, mark my words.
And it makes sense. It makes sense because I said it perfectly. What you just said, it was perfect. Look, you're gonna run into those teams, man. Like, there's no way of getting around the talent, base that they have. Like, it's just, you could probably build. Maybe you get a one team like this Michigan team was. Maybe you find that year where you fire on all cylinders or whatever. but consistently
Exactly.
going up against the SEC and Ohio State and hoping that you're going to continue to out recruit them and then beat them on the football field. I think it's just hopeful wishing. I mean, you're just hoping for the best, but I don't think it's realistic.
Yeah. Listen, the management of the Chicago Bears has been the detriment. And we've said this. I've said it for years. Shane Cards was talking about the only way they lose ownership, unfortunately, would be the passing of Virginia, who turned 99 this past week. Then it would be in the hands of so many of the family that they would become a minority owner. And the majority would probably go to Ryan, whoever else they would have the majority.
Pat Ryan, was he a former governor, Pat Ryan?
I don't know what he is, but
so it's
he's a
dirty
billionaire
politics over here, man. It's dirty politics over here.
There's so much politics.
He probably knows some dirt.
There's so much politics with the Chicago Bears. That's why I've started that performance over politics. We gotta get that changed. The performance is okay. Show me the money. Get Jim Harbaugh. Get a coach that's going to supply leadership. And you heard it's like they're stealing from me. A leader of men first. He's a great D. That's not the goal. The goal should be the lunch pail man that's one focus is to bring winning back to Chicago. Whatever it takes. That should be it. The Raiders, that's what with their motto, just win, baby. That's the baseline of what this is. And the Bears, you can't be haggling up with, I want tradition with that crappy grass, and I want this, and I want that to stay. You have to have an ear against the yes men. You can't be everybody's in unison. We all agreed on Mitch Trubisky, Dowell, everybody. You see where that gets you. You got to have fighters that fight for their truth, their analysis. And listen, we've seen Demir Bird's blocking defensive ends, for God's sake. They're doing this for 3 years and they still can't figure it out. So
it's funny because you see some of these concepts being run with like a New England team, right? Where they had that Buffalo game where they just ran over Buffalo.
Exactly.
It's all they did. Ran over Buffalo. It was a thing of beauty. And you see like just out of position play, because I feel like you could do it, but they were doing it with like a N'Keal Harry who's 6'5", over 200 and something pounds. You know what I mean? Cracking down on a linebacker. Okay, exactly. I can see that. But if you got a guy soaking wet, 110 pounds soaking wet, trying to do that, it doesn't make sense. It just where you put your personnel and where you put your players out on the football field, it just blows my mind sometimes. All this motion for nothing, that they've been showing. I'm done. You can see the frustration coming out now. Because you could point back to you could go back to game after game where they have an opportunity and they continue to fall short.
At what point, Olin came out today with the $15 an hour. They came out with the report, Jerry Azuma, Lance Briggs, Alex Brown, Olin, Jason McKee, all of these guys want to help the search, want to change Charles Tillman, the FBI. Jim Harbaugh is an alumni. You drafted him as the first, in the first round to be your quarterback. I remember Jim, when I was a kid, and I loved Jim Harbaugh, number 4, the quarterback. He's developed into a tremendous head coach. His dream job is the Chicago Bears. He said it on the record twice or 3 times. What does it take, a rocket scientist, to show this man you want him? Like, you've tried everything else before. You tried the outside firm. You tried Ernie Accorsi. You tried whatever the frig collaboration you did last year. None of it has worked. How about go back to the roots? Get Harbaugh here. Bring him home. Let him get his GM. Let him decide who he wants to work with. It's that simple. I wish I would take over this job and absolutely crush it. But obviously, they don't want to hear me demonize the stupidity and put performance first. And that
How
means
about
on all levels.
right? How about this Ryan Day? And I get the idea of marrying him with Justin Fields again, but I'm just does Justin Fields need a security blanket? Does he need a blankie? Like, you know what I mean? Does he need? He needs
Like
to have
Mitch
his best buddy
Trubisky and
next to him.
Mike Burton.
Yeah,
Remember
yeah,
that?
right. Yeah. Does he need that? Does he really
He
need a
needs his
security blanket?
buddy.
I think Justin is beyond that as a football player and as a man. I just feel like he doesn't need. It's not a must to marry Ryan Day with Justin Fields. And on top of that, this going after a first time head coach, I don't like that idea either. To me, that's doing the same shit you did with Tressman, the same shit you did with Matt Nagy. It's just the same old crap. I think we're both in agreement. I mean, it 100% completely.
Ryan Day.
Jim Harbaugh, or nobody else. Like that's me personally. That's how I feel. That's how I know. That's how you feel. Jim
Yeah.
Harbaugh or nobody else. Even with and
That
I was
would be my
talking earlier.
first. That would be my
Yes.
first pick. Then
Even with a guy like a Todd Bowles, who I respect the Todd, but I think Todd Bowles would definitely be a leader of men. You'll be dealing with your offense continuing to change if you find an offensive coordinator who could find success with Justin Fields. If you find success with this offense and they start putting up numbers, they start putting up points and winning football games, you're going to have to deal with a carousel of coaches coming out of your offense consistently. Justin Fields is going to have to get used to a new guy over and over and over again. With a guy like Jim Harbaugh, he's in control of the offense. He's there as long as he wins. Justin Fields is in a system that's going to be consistent throughout, and then you can work on the defense and let the defense be the carousel.
Yeah. Defense, you could find coordinators. You've seen in the past offensive coordinators with Lovey. That was his downfall. Jaron, so on, so forth down the line. They've never established themselves to find the identity since Ditka. Ditka brought a personality, a toughness, a level of accountability. There's no coincidence they won a Super Bowl. Lovey brought a personality too, and thus they got to the Super Bowl. It just wasn't enough. I think Lovey's ego with Ron Rivera ended up being his downfall and never bringing Mike Martz in, and you know the story. So you need somebody that has a personality. Now with Fangio gone, I'm answering texts now all the time about, and you put it up. Will this reunite? There's a possibility. I don't know. I'm not worried about a defensive coordinator. I'm not worried about anything other than my first choice that's been for years now, Jim Harbaugh. The planets have aligned. The timing is right. You need a football coach. If it's Jim or Ryan Pace, George and Ted, get the shit out of your ears. Stop with the pussification of the Chicago Bears and get someone in here that's going to do everything in his power to turn this around. Ryan Pace has failed. He's failed. I don't care. Darnell, you give me all of his great choices. Robert Quinn, Leonard Floyd was a bust. Khalil Mack, good trade. There's 1,000 good trade. You think the Arizona Cardinals didn't make a great trade getting that receiver out there from Houston? Right. Come on. Are they going to give him the GM of the year? This means nothing. The head coach is the most important, especially in the NFL.
My biggest thing was with Ryan. It probably isn't the big. There's so many holes that he has.
The Ryan
in his game.
Day thing.
Yeah. No. Ryan Pace. Ryan Pace.
Oh. Go ahead.
You got guys like in the bottom of the draft, 6th, 7th round, offensive linemen, right? The Charles Lenos of the draft.
Yeah.
It just seems to me like they think that they could just do that. They could find diamonds in the rough in the 6th, 7th rounds, bring them in and coach them up, even though they lack development.
Well, this is development. Think about this.
And you see,
this is a GM that said, we got to get a quarterback. You got to do it he's never done it. He's drafted Mitch and then now Justin, but he's never made it a priority to draft potential talent at the quarterback position. Like he said, he's also never, ever, ever drafted offensive tackles until this year. He's never invested on the offensive line.
This year was Cody his best draft by far. Best draft by far this year.
Exactly. And this is an organization, mind you, with Pace. If I'm Ryan Pace, I'd go down there and tell Matt Nagy to pack his fucking shit and get the fuck out. You're not playing Tevin Jenkins and Borum last week? That's a travesty. A travesty of epic proportion. That's sabotage, self-sabotage, and it's completely the pussification. We're going to let Matt do his thing, and I just want to let him get out of here. What are you doing?
Expect that BU today. Expect to see
Oh my God.
every part of BU today with this guy going down with the ship.
Imagine if Jenkins isn't starting today, Ivan, and 40-year-old Jason Peters is, because you got to win. I don't care if Jenkins freaking false starts 8 times today. Let's get it out now. This is a scrimmage. This fucking means nothing. You don't have a first round pick, so it has nothing to do with that. You don't have any playoff implication, nothing to do with that. And, oh, by the way, the first time he officially prepared for the week to start was against the Vikings the last time, where he showed the only toughness. And he was so, I thought he was so tremendous in that game. Throwing Anthony Barr down. I mean, that's what this should be about. Instead, we got soft centers, guards falling down, a tackle, a Fetty. No, we don't want a penalty. We don't want a penalty, Tevin. This is
a penalty in a game where you weren't doing shit in, where your quarterback was being smacked on the ground.
Shots.
Cheap shot it everywhere. You just don't want to step up for anybody. I mean, how do you trust that as a teammate? And I know some things are uncalled for. You got to be smarter. Travis Gibson walking back and poking somebody in the eye or smacking somebody, shit like that you can't have. But when it comes to that, I don't think I could trust you as a teammate if you pull some shit like that, man. I wouldn't. It would be hard for me to. It would be hard for me to trust you on the football field as a teammate. It really would.
I'm with you. That's why I think it's so unfortunate that Ryan Pace and this organization. I don't know, but I don't think there's any. I think that Justin could have played last week. So could Tevin Jenkins. Obviously, he was on specials. And you're missing out on that to try to beat a shitty Giant team. This is the Nagy Bear. I mean, I've been saying this forever. I mean, nobody was calling it like I was. And it's unfortunate that this franchise continues to stumble and trip over its own self. Bad enough that you got to deal with the refs. You're playing against your own head coach and an opponent. So it's a 3-way battle here. Somehow you're going to get out. You just can't.
Part of me is, I'm with you. I want to see Justin. I want to see all the young guys out there. It's the last game of the year. Should have been that way for the past month. I'm kind of happy that he's not out there. At the same time, I feel like us continuing to see Justin, and for people out there that are calling him a bust, just shut the fuck up. All right.
Oh my God.
You watch, like, the problem is we're watching him in this shitty ass offense with this shitty ass head coach. And that's starting to, that stench is starting to, eke over to Justin. And I don't think that's right. I don't think that's fair.
Totally. What do we call it? We call that a recognition of culture. So the culture sucks. So everybody under that rainstorm is getting rained on within the culture. It takes a really strong analyst to deal with truths, because you show the tape. You don't just, here's the stats. Look at Justin. He's got 8 interceptions and only 6 touchdowns right there. That shows you he's. Let's look at the tape of breakdown after breakdown, 3rd down and 2. We're in the empty set. Drop ball. There's so much more to analyzing talent than looking at these stats, wins, losses. I mean, people will just bring up wins, losses. That's why, if you're a big time Bears fan, you sign up, become you're a patron, and I respect. That's why I'm here, because I know how much I love and respect you and your football acumen. Everybody has to take a deep step back and a deep breath in the process, because Justin Fields is not the problem at all. If he would be the 53rd problem that I'm looking at on this freaking whole team and everything. And it starts with the GM. What has Ted and his mom decided to do with Ryan. He's such a nice guy. We go to the yoke with him on Saturdays for breakfast. We do this. We go to whatever in Lake Forest. This is a unbelievably difficult business. And if you're in it to win it, you got to make those difficult decisions. George has a tendency to rely on Millhouse, Mr. Ted Phillips, for advice. When they say they're not involved in football decisions, well, hiring the GM is a football decision, last I checked. And it's the biggest one.
And that goes back to our pace problem. Like, I'm afraid they're gonna fire this guy up, and Ted Phillips is just gonna go ahead and puppetize. He's gonna shove his hand right up Ryan Pace's ass, now he's his puppet. Now you got a Muppet.
Yeah, they've already done this.
Now it's just Ted Phillips. You know what I'm saying? Now it's just Ted Phillips talking through Ryan Pace. That's my biggest fear,
dude. That's what has happened. Shane, I don't know if you saw it, put up the 2017 presser after they fired Fox. And it's like, mom's pissed off. And here's Ted Phillips looking down. And then he's like, yeah, mom should be pissed off at you and Ted. That's who forget John Fox. You guys brought John Fox there. Now you hire Ernie and bring in Ryan Pace, who's never been a GM. And he's failed at all the decisions. So it was before it's when they fired Tressman, that presser. And then they brought in Fox out. She's pissed off and you brought in Fox. Okay. Oh my God.
Brought in the coach knowing he's on his last legs, knowing
he doesn't even want to coach
anymore.
He just wanted to do a broadcast. Okay, I'll take this job. And I don't give a shit if you're done on every level in regards to football, stepping back, like, I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm just the owner. Then you, more so than ever, got to not rely on Ted. And you got to rely on somebody you respect. That's the whole thing that, my last point here, because I got to bounce, is you're the grandchild of George Halas, and you don't have connections and know people that are football savants, people that can help you. That's the unfortunate situation here with the Bears, that George and Virginia have never done it themselves. They've never gone out of the way themselves, and they continue to do that. I'm coming, buddy.
All right, Phil. Hey, I'm going to let you go. I know you got to.
All right, brother. Run. We'll see what happens.
For joining us. Hopefully they get a win, man. I know it's been a shitty ass year, but at least they beat the Vikings. I want to see them beat the Vikings to end this shit show of a charade of a Matt Nagy era. But thank you again, man. Hey, let everybody know where they could find you and your work.
We'll be live BHL right after the game. Hopefully, Ivan, you're up in there, and we'll be ready to see the Bears win. Tate's right here rocking his Montgomery jersey.
What's up, buddy?
He says, "What's up, Tate?"
What's up?
So hopefully they get it right and fire Pace and Nagy and move on and decide. The future is in Jim Harbaugh's hands, and we go from there. Let Jim decide. Let Jim help you find the right, because I think that coach GM friendship is so important. You help buy the groceries. Let the GM finish and pay the tab as you check out. That's how it should be. Ivan, I love you. Hopefully we see you guys BHL right after the game. I'm sure I'll be fired up.
All right, Phil. Take it. Have a good one. All right, guys. That was Draft Doctor Phil. Thanks for joining us again, man. I appreciate it. It's what we've been saying, what he's been saying, what you all been thinking. You have to kind of just write off clean like a Band-Aid, everything gone. I don't believe that they'll do that. Like I said, you know how this team operates. You have a bunch of best friends, and who was it that said it? I think it was Brandon Livingston. We don't need good friends. We need dogs. And that's the truth. That's the God honest truth. We need dogs. We need people who give a shit. We need people who are not content with just going 8-8, not content with just barely scraping and getting into the playoffs. We need people that want better. We need people and players in this organization that have that dog mentality and that are winning over everything minded. That's what it should be. Winning over everything. Not all things. Not winning over all things. I mean, you got some personnel issues. You're gonna have to take care of it. But what needs to change as far as mentality goes in this organization, they need to win and not worry about the dollar signs so much. The dollar signs will come when you put fans in the stands because you're winning. And if you're going to see you might see a drop off next season depending on what they do initially as far as the fans are concerned. I mean, you'll see a big boom right away, opening day, opening week. But if it continues like this, if they don't put in the right guy, if they end up doing something, and they said they were going to do something out of the norm, if they end up doing something out of the norm and it backfires, and it's not a guy like Jim Harbaugh, it's not a guy that you could trust, and not a guy that commands their respect, not necessarily because we know a guy like Jim Harbaugh will command his locker room's respect. It's the front office. It's Virginia. It's George. It's Ted. You need somebody who's going to go in there and just tell them exactly who they are with a stone face and be ready to build this team. Like, it's the talent is there. How do you put it into play? How do you execute? I don't know. I don't know where they go from here if they don't go ahead and sign a guy like a Jim Harbaugh. Matt Nagy, on the other hand, I don't want to see another press conference, so I hope they just fire him right away as soon as that final gun is blown. Looks like we're going to get started here in a minute for Barely Live. I'm going to take a quick break. After that, like I said, I'll be giving you play-by-play reaction, exploding on stupid play calls, talking about success on the football field, and talking about what's going to happen with this football team come Monday, come next year. What's going to happen with Justin? What are we looking forward to as far as what next year brings? What are we looking forward to as far as players are concerned? Who do you want to sign? Who do you want to draft? You guys talk to me. Is there anybody you want to go ahead and go after in free agency or in the draft? Let me know who your coaches, who your coaching candidates are, your favorites. Let me know. I'll be on throughout the game talking to you, bringing you live play-by-play and reaction. I'm Ivan Vargas. You're watching the Barely Pregame Show. We're headed into Barely Live right now. Game time is upon us.
AutomotiveMap.com presents the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago. The college football playoff this Monday night in Indianapolis. It's Georgia taking on Alabama. The Bulldogs ranked number 3 in the college football playoff poll, Alabama number 1, but the Crimson Tide head into the game as an underdog. Georgia is a 3-point favorite. That's no concern for Crimson Tide coach Nick Saban.
You know, being an underdog is being an underdog. They have a really good team that's very well respected. We have a tremendous amount of respect for them. You know, it's important for our players to know what they need to do to be able to continue to have success in the next game, regardless of what happened in the last game.
Alabama beat Georgia in the SEC title game, but Bulldogs head coach Kirby Smart doesn't see that as a factor.
It's really separate from the SEC championship, other than obviously everybody will be using that tape to look at matchups and look at tendencies and things.
For lightning fast sports updates, download the Score app. It's free and one of the most popular sports apps in North America. I'm Chuck Sanders. That's the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago.
This is the feeling you get when you have a dedicated Fidelity Wealth Planner looking at your full financial picture. Someone working with you on a flexible, comprehensive wealth plan based on your goals, helping you balance risk and reward. It's being able to enjoy today because you have a plan for the future. This is the planning effect from Fidelity. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC.
And now an important message from Exergen. A critical new FDA study proves that non-contact thermometers are not accurate. They also have inaccurate information on their labels regarding accuracy. New COVID strains are on the rise, and non-contact manufacturers are being irresponsible at a time when accuracy matters. Accurate temperature measurements are essential. Switch to Exergen because they are accurate and backed by over 100 clinical studies. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen. Learn more at Exergen.com.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Barely Live. I'm Ivan Vargas. Just got done talking to draft Dr. Phil himself. It's a good conversation. You know, a lot of questions surrounding this team, a lot of hope with a guy like Justin Fields. Wasn't a lot of hope going into this season. That's for sure. I think we were going in hoping that they would just draft a right tackle or a left tackle, hoping that, hoping for hope in a sense, just hoping that we could find something that we could, hold on to and look forward to. Justin Fields is that guy. Yeah, David Montgomery doing great things this year. Robert Quinn, doing breaking the Richard Dent's record, doing great things on the defensive side, even without a guy, like Khalil Mack helping out. There's some positives. Looking at, let me go ahead and bring this up. Looking at today's game, Dalvin Cook is a guy that's always a threat. Dalvin Cook is going to be a guy that I'm going to go ahead and highlight. You need to stop him. The Bears are giving up too much running yards, too much on the ground. You saw Rashad Penny in Seattle run you over. You had a consistent, I think it was 3 games in a row, you had a running back running over for, over 100 yards on you. You need to be able to slow Dalvin Cook down today. Make sure you're aware of where the receivers are. I think Adam Thielen's done for the year. I don't know who they're going to have at quarterback today. I was busy going ahead and looking up. Now it's not downloading for me. All right, well, never mind. We won't do that. Looks like we're going to get underway. Like I said, Dalvin Cook, stop the run. Make sure you protect Andy Dalton. Keep Andy Dalton upright. And if you're the defense, get nasty. Start flying around. Generate some more turnovers. There's been, you had one game where you had a bunch of turnovers this year. End this season with on a high note. Generate more than just one turnover. You had a bunch of turnovers against the Giants, but we know how shitty the Giants are. Try to do this against a pretty much a wishy-washy Minnesota Vikings team. The Minnesota Vikings, they've had their opportunities this year to make the playoffs. They've had their opportunities to win more than 7 games. They've lost a lot of games by a close score as Khalil Herbert runs out across the 35-yard line up to the 40-yard line as we're underway in Minneapolis, U.S. Bank Stadium. Khalil Herbert with a big run. They're going to start at about the 40-yard line. Looks like the 39-yard line of the Minnesota Vikings. Andy Dalton out there with Darnell Mooney. David Montgomery is out there as well. Looks like you got Allen Robinson. They're going to start out. Looks like Andy's going to start out in shotgun. David Montgomery to his left. Here's a snap. It's going to be a reverse toss to Darnell Mooney on an end around, and Darnell Mooney gets the first down out across the 50-yard line. I told you you're going to see that Matt Nagy style, brother. Look, I told you you're going to see BU culture in full effect, and right off the bat, you get an end around to Darnell Mooney. We have a Nagy play right off the gate, Armando. Your first Nagy play of the day of the game. He said that he wasn't going to be calling plays. He said that Bill Lazor was going to be calling plays. Part of me feels like he's full of shit, and he's going to be having a heavy hand in what's being called out there today. It's a run to David Montgomery to the left side. David Montgomery fighting, spinning his way, corkscrewing his way for a gain of about 4 to 5 yards. Let's see where they mark it. Second down for the Bears in Minnesota territory. The Vikings not good at stopping the run, 27th in the rush. I'd like to see a lot more of David Montgomery today, working off that play action. Darnell Mooney is going to have himself quite a time if they are going to start utilizing him as that Jakeem Grant type of player. A lot of end arounds I expect today for Darnell Mooney. You probably get Cole Kmet even on the end around, possibly a shovel pass, multiple shovel passes for Cole Kmet as we got Andy Dalton dropping back, looking to his left now, dumping out across the middle. Darnell Mooney on a slant. Darnell Mooney gets the first down out across the 30-yard line of the Minnesota Vikings. The Bears are in business. 1st and 10, under 13:30 to go in the first quarter. Andy Dalton delivering a good ball to Darnell Mooney. Darnell Mooney looked like he had slipped initially out of his break, made up for it, caught the ball, and got upfield quickly as Andy goes quickly to the line. Andy now under center. You got motion man Bird, and it's going to be a handoff to the right side to David Montgomery. He cuts it up for a gain of about 3 yards and no more. Second down now, under 13 minutes to go in the first quarter. Good balance so far. running pass. You had that end around. Our first Nagy play, as Armando put it. First Nagy play of the day. Right now, it's the last couple plays have been okay. I like it. Andy Dalton being able to hit Darnell Mooney a couple times for a first down. Darnell getting a first down on an end around as well. Dalton under center again. It's going to be a play action fake. Oh, Dalton stumbles out of the gate and he just throws it into the ground. Didn't have real good footing. Looked like a turf monster. Went up and reached for Andy Dalton's leg there as he stumbled out of the play action. Pass intended for Allen Robinson. 3rd and 7 now for the Chicago Bears in Minnesota territory. At this point, looking at it again, can the Bears convert on 3rd down? Can they get a touchdown over field goals? Touchdown over field goals. This has been one of the whys that they cannot solve. Why can't they put the ball in the end zone when you get this to this point, out across the 30, about the 25-yard line? Why can't you put the ball in the end zone? Andy Dalton with the snap, looking to his right, now throwing over the head of Damiere Byrd, and he just threw that one away. 4th down, the pocket was collapsing. Andy didn't have anyone open downfield. He just slung it out to Damiere Byrd, who was in the flat, but it was over Damiere's head. 4th down for Chicago. Drive stalls. 4th and 7. Here comes Cairo Santos for the field goal attempt. Pat Scales, the snapper. Pat O'Donnell, the holder. 43-yard attempt for Cairo Santos. Here's a snap, the kick, and it is good. Good. He had some pressure coming off that edge. It scared me a little bit, but nonetheless, Cairo Santos splits the upright. Bears are on the board, 3-0 to start the ball game. Andy Dalton doing a decent job on that drive, a quality job. I forgot who I was talking to. It was the Smoke Fellows yesterday. I was mentioning if the Cleveland Browns had a guy like Andy Dalton, I think Cleveland would be would be in the playoffs, to be honest with you. And I don't think Andy's anything special. Don't get me wrong, but he's better than what Baker Mayfield has been doing up in Cleveland. That's for damn sure. I feel like this year when Andy's had his opportunities, he's protected the football. He hasn't done anything out of the norm. Actually, he surprised me with his mobility, with his feet. Remember, he hurt himself in that Cincinnati game on a scramble, and honestly, it was a pretty good scramble. Andy looked like he was on fire. I don't know what happened when he planted. He was trying to go out of bounds, but Andy's been a surprise. I feel like him on another team, he'll definitely get a shot. He'll definitely get an opportunity next year to compete. I don't know what Cleveland's going to do. They're not going to have a high draft pick. I'll have to double check, but I feel like Andy Dalton could do well in Cleveland, at least as far as protecting the football and not throwing just ridiculous interceptions that you've seen Baker Mayfield throw. It's been rough. Andy Dalton doing a good job for us right now so far in this game. Like we said, pay attention to what the plays are being called. Pay attention to how things are run. Pay attention to how many fugazi plays you see, how many end arounds, how many double motions, how many times you see Andy Dalton in an empty set on 3rd and short in the red zone. Pay attention to that. I feel like you're going to get a lot more of that as the game progresses. 3-0 here in Chicago. You have no score, Green Bay and Detroit. No score, Jacksonville and Indianapolis. Washington and New York, and the New York Giants at 0-0. Tennessee and Houston as well. There's no scores pretty much across the board. Oh, there we go. One right now. Washington just scored a field goal to put them up 3-0 over the New York Giants. Minnesota will get this kickoff as soon as they cut from Terry's money. Cairo Santos getting ready to kick off to the Minnesota Vikings after he nailed a 43-yard field goal to put the Chicago Bears up 3-0. And that one is too bad. I don't like that look. There we go, finally. And Bears doing some type of a weird shift to start. And here we go. Cairo Santos kicks off. And that ball is going to be out of the back of the end zone. Minnesota will take over at the 25-yard line. And Kirk Cousins is starting today's game. Kirk Cousins, completing 66% of his passes this year, or in his career. That's the most among active quarterbacks with over 2,000 attempts. Kirk Cousins also has his flaws. He will also throw costly interceptions. He will also fumble the ball, put the ball on the ground a couple times if you get that pass rush to him. Travis Gibson is out there. See if they get pressure. Kirk Cousins dumps over to Dalvin Cook for a gain of about 3 yards. Christian Darrisaw out there, the rookie left tackle. See, Minnesota could start a rookie left tackle and get shit going. But we can't. It's weird things. Things that make you go, Justin Jefferson out there, as well as Dalvin Cook. Justin Jefferson, one hell of a receiver, even though he was locked down last time. Kirk Cousins under center. It's going to be a pitch to Dalvin Cook. He stumbles, but he fights his way forward out across the line of scrimmage for a gain of about 5. It's going to be 3rd and short when they line it up again. Bilal Nichols, Eddie Goldman, Mario Edwards Jr. out there. Travis Gibson, Alec Ogletree, Roquan Smith, and the Pro Bowler Robert Quinn out there for Sean Desai's defense. Jalen Johnson, Deshaun Gibson, Eddie Jackson, and Kendall Vildor are your secondary. Kirk Cousins in shotgun now. Dalvin Cook to his left. 3 receivers on the screen. 1 tight end to the bottom of the screen. He's looking to his right. Now scanning, and it's going to be sacked. Angelo Blackson with the sack. Big number 90 gets around his man. Ends up sacking Kirk Cousins for a big loss. Bringing up 4th down for the Chicago Bears. The Minnesota Vikings will punt the football. Good pursuit from Blackson. Way to get off the football field. Chicago Bears defense getting off the field on 3rd down is what I like to see. Here comes a punt from Minnesota, and that's going to be fielded by Daz Newsome. Daz Newsome avoids a man, gets upfield, gets out to about the 50-yard line. The Bears are going to have real good field position to start this drive with an opportunity to put more points up on the board. Hopefully they get into the box instead of trying to split the uprights consistently. I want to see touchdowns in this game. Decent start for the Bears defense. Get off the field on 3rd down. Good return by Daz Newsome. Again, makes you question where's Daz been all year? Why has Daz been, for lack of a better example, Riley Ridley? And I don't think it was to that extent that he's been blackballed or being punished or whatnot. Just again, things that make you go hum. Daz Newsome against Seattle had a pretty solid game as far as rookies are concerned. I believe that was his first game active. He ended up picking up a big 1st down in that game. He ended up doing a couple good things. He had that big return on the punt. Makes you wonder, what the hell has been going on? Why haven't we seen more of Daz Newsome? They talked him up during the draft process. After the fact, they talked him up during training camp. They were excited about all their guys. Why is he just getting opportunities now? Why is he just getting opportunities now? Things that make you question what the hell has been going on and what the mentality is at Hallis Hall in the locker room with their head coaches. Jacksonville 6-0 over the Indianapolis Colts now. Andy Dalton 2 of 4, 30 yards. David Montgomery 2 carries for 9 yards. Darnell Mooney with both those receptions, he has 30 yards so far. And I guess it wasn't an end. I guess it was a pass. They ruled it a shovel pass. So it was a pass. It wasn't a run by Darnell. Nonetheless, end around for him. As they show the trade for Justin Fields. the only hope that we have right now. I mean, obviously we're going to get a new head coach, but as far as, looking for that spark, looking for something to really be excited about, it's Justin Fields, dog. It's Justin Fields. Hopefully they go ahead and they find a guy that can get the best out of him, get the best out of the players around him as well. Andy Dalton under center now. David Montgomery is the lone back. Darnell Mooney in motion to the top of the screen. 3 receivers out there. Cole Kmet at the bottom of the screen. Play action fake. Andy looking. Now throws over to David Montgomery out in the flat. And it's going to be caught for a gain of about 3 yards. Under 10 minutes now in the first quarter. Second down for the Chicago Bears. Andy Dalton completed to David Montgomery for a gain of about 3. 2nd and 7 now. Andy Dalton had very little time. Pressure was coming from the right side as they break the huddle. Dalton under center again. Again, the lone back is Montgomery. Bird in motion to the top of the screen. Montgomery gets it. Hands off to the right side, and David Montgomery fights his way up for a gain of about 6, just short of the first down marker. 3rd down and what looks to be about a half yard, maybe a full yard for the Chicago Bears, and they'll mark it a full yard. 3rd and 1 now. I'd go right back at him. I mean, you've seen how the Vikings have struggled to stop the run. I'd run it right back at him. You got 2 receivers now. Darnell Mooney in motion again. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery, and he gets stuffed. He gets stuffed short of the line to gain. It's going to bring up a 4th down. Again, I like the idea of running the football there. I don't like running the football out of that formation. I don't like running the football. You don't do any, like, there's nobody picking up Darnell Mooney. There's nobody. You're not vacating any space. If anything, you're just creating more chaos with that motion. And as the Bears are going to line up to go for it in shotgun again, I said, go under center. Here we go. David picks up the first down. A good hard run by David Montgomery. He picks up the first down on 4th and 1. As you watch this, David Montgomery gets the handoff and just boom. Borum was laying out the linebacker, and David finished him off. Linebacker die. David Montgomery picks up the first down. That 3rd down, I just go right back under center. Do it again. I mean, you pick up the first down, great. But just a question why you would even move a man in motion, why you would be in shotgun after you had a big, huge gain under center. Play action fake for Dalton, looking to his left. Pump fakes, looking, still scanning. Trying to get, now he just goes ahead and gets rid of it. Dalton had decent time, just couldn't find anybody open down the field. It's going to bring up 2nd and 10, 7:30 on the clock in the first quarter. 3-0 Chicago. Andy Dalton is 3 of 6 for 33 yards. Play action fake. You see Sam Musser gets spun around, but he goes ahead and picks up a man. Dalton looking. Just couldn't find a guy. Bears couldn't hold the blocks. It's going to be a handoff to Khalil Herbert to the right side. Khalil Herbert, he's going to be swallowed up in the backfield. A loss of about 2. It's going to bring up 3rd down now. Bears were in shotgun again. There were 4 receivers spread. Khalil Herbert bottled up right away. He really had no shot at finding any crease. 3rd and 10, Bears going quick again. Dalton in shotgun. You have 2 receivers to the top of the screen, and Mooney and Kmet. 2 receivers to the bottom of the screen. Now Mooney comes in motion to the bottom of the screen. Herbert to the right of Dalton. Dalton receives a snap, looking to his left, slings it over to Darnell Mooney in a flat. Darnell Mooney makes one man miss, tries to make another man miss, and will be short of the line to gain. So a play drawn up to get yards that are less than the first down. You're trusting Darnell with a lot, right? And check this out. Darnell gets the snap. Terrible block by Damiere Byrd. Damiere Byrd gets thrown to the ground by the cornerback. He can't hold his block, and Mooney gets swallowed up rather quickly. And the Bears are going to go again on 4th down, and why not? David Montgomery to the left of Andy Dalton, 3 receivers and bunch to the top. Cole Kmet to the bottom of the screen. He's spread out a little bit wide, and it's going to be Andy Dalton gets a snap. He's looking, pressure. Andy Dalton is going to be sacked at the 50-yard line. Confusion from the jump. Confusion with the offensive line from the jump. No idea what they were doing. It sounded like the officials stopped the play. Everybody kind of freaked out. Andy wanted the ball quick, and once it was snapped, it looked like nobody wanted to fucking block. So just sorry for the language. Just like a real confusing series of events for the Chicago Bears. It seemed like nobody had a clue what the hell was going on. It seemed like it seemed like they were just, did the whistle blow? Be fucking ready until you get tapped on the head to come up. Like, just keep doing what you're doing. Keep fucking playing. If they wanted to stop the game, they would have blown the whistle vigorously. Just be aware, man. Be aware. Just a terrible execution. It was brutal. Very, very brutal. Very brutal, Mondo. Very brutal. Lack of execution, lack of awareness, lack of discipline. The team just continuing to do what they've done all year. Status quo for the Bears. 4th and 5 ends up being a loss of about 15, 20. Maybe a little less than that, but I know the Minnesota Vikings are going to be at about the 50-yard line when they get the ball back after a good starting field position given to you by a Daz Newsome return. Chicago Bears failed to move the ball in significant fashion in order to get points. Minnesota Vikings come up with a big sack. Looking around the league, Green Bay up 7-0 now. Jacksonville up 7-0 over Indianapolis. Washington up 3-0 over the Giants. Tennessee and Houston 0-0. Pittsburgh 3, Baltimore 0. 0-0 Cincinnati and Cleveland. And right here you got the Bears up 3-0 over the Minnesota Vikings. As you see how many times Minnesota has missed out on a victory. Too many times in this year, they are who we thought they were. I mean, they are who they are. They're not in the playoffs. They didn't win these games. Even though they were in them, even though they had opportunities to win these games, the Minnesota Vikings didn't. They are who they are. They have, I think the Vikings are a little bit better off as far as playmakers are concerned. The defense maybe a touch better as you got 3 receivers spread out. At Kirk Cousins takes a snap and he's going to get hit and it's going to be out. It's going to be a forward pass, but he got hit by Robert Quinn. Almost a big sack on 1st down for the Chicago Bears. But like I said, the Vikings they have some talent. I think they have a touch more talent than the Bears are concerned. It's in spots. But they're a team that as well, like the Bears, you've had your opportunities. You just haven't been able to execute. You just haven't been able to hold on. They're a Jekyll and Hyde type of team as Kirk Cousins is under center now in a heavy set. Dalvin Cook will get the handoff to the left side, and he will break a tackle and fight his way forward for a gain of about 4 yards. Under 6 minutes to go in the ball game. Kirk Cousins, one of 2 for 3 yards. Just that dump over the middle to Dalvin Cook so far in this game. 3rd and 7 for the Vikings. Dalvin Cook trots off the football field now. Empty set. 3 receivers bunched to the bottom, 2 receivers to the top. Kirk Cousins gets a snap. Looking, now throwing to his right, and he finds his man in Justin Jefferson for the 1st down. Artie Burns in coverage. They needed 7. They got 7. Kirk Cousins to Justin Jefferson for the 1st down. The Vikings are on the move. 1st and 10 Minnesota, under 5 minutes to go in the 1st quarter. As the Vikings huddle up, Justin Jefferson was quiet last game. Bears did a good job. A motivated Bears defense did a good job shutting him down. They did not come up with the victory. Quite honestly, that's all that matters. You got a offensive lineman in motion now. Dalvin Cook, that's not Cook. That's Madison. Madison with a big run up the middle of the field. I thought it was Dalvin Cook for a second. Madison with a huge run on first down. Picks up about, I'm trying to see where they marked it at. Looks to me he picks up about 8 yards on that one. Maybe he picked up 9 yards. Yeah, 9 yards on that. As the Vikings continue to be in a heavy set. Cousins under center now. Motion man. Osgood to the top of the screen. It's going to be a handoff to Madison again up the middle. And, Tonga with the pressure. And Tonga prevents him from getting that first down. Tonga one-armed Madison was able to stuff up that middle and stop him from going forward. Tonga with some good pressure and showing off that strength of his. 3rd and 1 now. Big stop on second down for the Bears. Let's see if they could do it again. 3rd and 1 for the Vikings. Still in a heavy set. Kirk Cousins under center. Dalvin Cook back in the ball game. One receiver to the bottom of the screen. Ham is the motion man. It's going to be a handoff up the middle to Dalvin Cook. He's going to pick up the first down, weaving his way to that first down. Approaching 3 minutes in the first quarter. 1st and 10 for the Vikings. Vikings going heavy set here, trying to outwill the Bears in this drive, trying to slow down that pass rush of Chicago. Dalvin Cook with over 100 yards, over 1,000 yards this season. Motion man is Jefferson to the top of the screen with Osgood. It's going to be a play action fake. Blackson has pressure. The ball is thrown over the outstretched hand of Osgood in the right flat. Blackson, good pressure, not getting fooled on the play. Look, the block was just never made, and he just beelines right to Kirk Cousins. Good pressure by Angelo Blackson, forcing Kirk Cousins to throw that a little quick and just out, like I said, just out of the reach of Osgood. 2 receivers at the top of the screen, 2 to the bottom. Motion man is number 83. It's going to be a handoff, draw play to Dalvin Cook, and that's read perfectly by the Chicago Bears. Sam Kamara coming up with a big stop on Dalvin on that run on Dalvin Cook. 3rd down for the Minnesota Vikings. Approaching 2 minutes now in the first quarter. Last week against the Giants, the Bears allowed -6 passing yards against their old friend Mike Glennon. Empty set now. Kirk Cousins waiting for the snap. Now he moves a man in motion. Kirk Cousins looking. He has pressure. The pocket collapses. Fumble. The ball is out. But the Vikings fall on top of it. But good pressure generated by the Chicago Bears. Angelo Blackson is a name being called yet again. He's having himself a hell of a day. Who got back there? Mario Edwards Jr. and then Trevis Gibson being tackled, fighting to the very end, swiping at that football, getting it knocked out, and almost generating a turnover for this defense. Good play all around by those 3 guys. I told you, continue to look for guys that fight. Continue to look for the guys that give a shit. Those guys right there doing some good stuff on defense. And the Bears will take a timeout here. 4th and 23. Apparently they only had 8 guys on the football field for the Chicago Bears. 4th and 23 for the Vikings. It doesn't matter if they really like their coach or not. It matters. Look, if they like their coach, cool. That's gravy. That's awesome. Can the coach fucking coach them? Can the coach generate wins? Can the coach get the best out of them? I don't think so. Daz Newsome back there as the Vikings punt, and he'll stay away from that, and that punt will be out. It looks like. Let's see where he marks it. Looks to be out just across the 10-yard line. Pretty good punt for Minnesota. The Bears will take over deep in Bears territory when they come back. But yeah, don't give me this. They like their coach. Look, he very well might be a good guy, right? He very well may be a good guy. Can he put your players in position to win? Can he get the most out of your players? Can he get the most out of your quarterback? Can he get the most out of anybody on this football team? And the answer is just no. The answer is just a resounding no. So let's not make excuses. Let's not try to put makeup on this pig. It is what it is. Matt Nagy needs to go. He's the problem. I don't care how they feel about him personally. He's a swell guy. We like him. They really like their coach. They're playing hard for their coach. Again, that's all well and stuff. What happens on the football field is the main thing. What happens when, you start getting younger players and that need to be coached up, that need to be taught, that need to start progressing in their careers? What happens then? Nothing. It's stalled. What happens on the football field? Nothing. We don't score enough points. I'm tired of the best friend excuse, the good buddy excuse. Nice guy, shitty at calling plays, shitty at coaching offense. So we got some stats around. Kirk Cousins 2 of 4 for 10 yards. Dalvin Cook 4 carries, 9 yards. Alexander Madison 2 carries for 9 yards. Cook with 1 reception for 3, and Justin Jefferson the other reception for 7 yards. Looked like the Vikings had something going on that drive. They started out in good field position, but just like the Bears, they ended up stalling out. Andy Dalton 4 of 7, 38 yards. David Montgomery 5 carries for 19 yards. Khalil Herbert 1 for a gain of 0. Darnell Mooney 3 receptions, 35 yards so far. David 1 for 3. It's been a slow start so far in this game. I feel like both teams, to an extent, are going through the motions. Not a whole lot to play for. I feel like as this game gets going, you're going to start to see intensity pick up a little bit. I'd imagine some frustration might be vented. You might see this game get a little bit chippy. Two teams that know each other well, 2 division rivals, 2 teams that are on the outside looking in as far as the playoffs are concerned. As we got motion man, Daz Newsome is out there. 2 receivers at the bottom, 1 to the top. Dalton in shotgun, Montgomery to the right of him. Cole Kmet to the top of the screen. It's going to be a quick pitch out to David Montgomery to the right side, and he's going to get about 3 yards on the play. Quick pitch to David Montgomery gets about 3. 2nd down and 7 for Chicago. 53 seconds in the quarter. Andy Dalton under shotgun, bunch to the bottom. Motion man is Robinson. Handoff again to David Montgomery. He breaks a tackle, gets out of. Oh, he breaks another tackle and gets across that 1st down marker. Going to be another 1st and 10 for Chicago. I thought David was going to break a big one there. End up being a solid game. Look at him just find a way to get skinny. Fighting his way up. Good gain. Gets the 1st down. Hell of a run by number 32. 1st and 10. 33 rushing yards for Chicago. 18 for Minnesota. 14 seconds left in the quarter. David Montgomery in motion. Andy Dalton looking on the slant, and he hits Goodwin on the slant for a good gain. Looks like a gain of about 5. 2nd down now, and that is the end of the 1st quarter. The Chicago Bears and the Minnesota Vikings up in Minnesota. 3-0 Bears. It's been all right. It's been slow. Like I said, it's been very slow for the Bears, very slow for the Vikings. Right now, you got David Montgomery doing some good stuff. You had Andy Dalton hitting a Goodwin on a slant. The Bears will be 2nd and 5 when we come back. Detroit ties it up with Green Bay 7-7. You still have 7-0 score Jacksonville over Indianapolis. Washington 3, the New York Giants 0. Of course, we have 3-0 here. Chicago over Minnesota. Houston 0, Tennessee 0. Baltimore 0, Pittsburgh 3. 0-0 contests, Cleveland and Cincinnati. A lot of low-scoring games in this on today's slate so far. A lot of low-scoring first quarters. I like Andy Dalton's. I like what he's doing so far. He's not doing anything crazy, not wowing you with a big arm. Just easily guiding this team down the field, protecting the football, doing a bunch of little things. He's going to find a place next year. That's for sure. I don't know. It won't be with the Chicago Bears. Andy Dalton's a guy that wants to start. Same with Nick Foles. I mean, those guys want to at least compete for a starting job. Andy Dalton probably has a better shot than a Nick Foles, in my opinion. But he's doing a good job so far. It hasn't been terrible. It hasn't been any questionable decisions from Andy. The pressure now, that sack that he took, you can't even blame it on him because I had no clue what was going on. Same as the offensive lineman on the field. Talib is brutal. He is brutal. I know a lot of people were talking about him last week as well. You know, there's some times where he's like, oh yeah, I could agree with him, but then there's times where it's like, all right, Aqib, you can't go to bat for a guy that pretty much a consensus everybody knows has been the problem. Pretty much everybody knows has struggled. You can't just give me these weak ass excuses. I'm sorry. It's too much. You coach, he called enough Bears games this season to know that the execution for this team, the play calling for this team is lacking. So I don't know what Aqib is talking about half the time, but yeah, Aqib has been a little bit brutal when it comes to his takes on Matt Nagy and the Chicago Bears. Empty set now. Cole Kmet, the lone receiver to the bottom of the screen, 3 receivers to the top of the screen. You have 3 tight ends out there, James, Kmet, and Jimmy Graham. Andy Dalton throwing out across the middle of the field. Darnell Mooney with the reception. Darnell Mooney weaving his way out across the 50-yard line. Good pickup on first down for the Bears. As you see Mooney on a drag route, just finds space, gets up there. He was on a linebacker. Andy Dalton did a good job finding him. Chunk yardage for the Chicago Bears. Under center now. Montgomery, the lone back. Dalton checking out of a call. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery to the right side. David trying to find some room, and he does. You got to get that block, Sam. If he gets tackled by a linebacker that pretty much just blew by Sam Mustipher, I felt like he had a shot at the edge if he could just get that block on Troy Dye from Sam Mustipher, but that wasn't the case. 2nd down and 9, only a yard pickup on that run. 3 receivers to the top. Looks like a tight end at the bottom. Running back is David Montgomery to the right of Dalton. Now Mooney in motion to the slot. Dalton looking to his left. Going to find Damiere Byrd on the curl for a first down. Got out across that first down marker. Makes the catch. Picks up the first down for the Chicago Bears. Shotgun again. Montgomery to the right of Dalton. Dalton goes ahead and play action fakes. Looking to his left. Now throwing deep. And does he have Allen Robinson? It was a low throw, but it is a complete catch. Andy Dalton completes it to Allen Robinson. A good catch and a first down. Bears are driving deep in Minnesota Viking territory now. They're at the 22-yard line of the Vikings. Dalton on the shotgun. Damiere Byrd is the motion man. Hand off to David Montgomery. He fights his way up for a gain of about 3 yards before the Vikings corral him. Second down now and 7 for the Bears. Under 13 minutes to go in the half. 3-0 Chicago, looking to add more to that. David Montgomery now coming off the football field. Second and 7 for the Bears. Andy Dalton, 8 of 11, 89 yards. David Montgomery, 9 rushes, 37 yards. Mooney is the running back now next to Dalton. Now he goes out in motion wide. You have 2 tight ends out there in Jesse James and Komet. Dalton scrambling to his left, looking, and Dalton's just going to have to dive forward and save face. No gain on the play. Third down for the Chicago Bears now. Andy Dalton had nobody downfield. The Vikings have been doing a good job in coverage downfield. Dalton hasn't had a guy open deep. As you've seen what happened last time, week 15 against the Vikings, how many times they missed. They had missed opportunities in the red zone, just way too many to count. Dalton in shotgun. Williams is now in motion to the right, and it's going to be a pass out to Williams. And Williams is going to not get there. It looks like he's going to be about a yard short of the first down marker. Going to be 4th down. I'd imagine the Bears will go for it again. 4th down, 11 minutes now in the second quarter. Damian Williams still out there. And they're going to go again. They're going to huddle right now. Damiere Byrd out there. Allen Robinson, Darnell Mooney, Cole Kmet. Dalton's trying to get them to hurry up. Under 10 seconds on the play clock now. Play clock is stopped at 7 seconds. Bears will take their second timeout. I guess try to get this in the end zone. Make sure you get it right this time. Timeout on the field as the Bears go ahead and talk this one over. And they go ahead and shove more Aaron Rodgers State Farm commercials in our face. Packers out playing the Detroit Lions today. Detroit in a tie ball game with them, 7-7. You got Andy Dalton coming back on to the field now. 4th and 1 for the Bears, looking to keep this drive alive, looking to get touchdowns as opposed to the field goals they settled for last ball game. 10 plays, 75 yards on this drive, 5:33 of clock being chewed up. The motion man is Mooney to the bottom of the screen. 2 tight ends out there in Jesse James and Cole Kmet. Damian Williams is the lone back. Snap. Dalton looking, pocket collapsing. Dalton is going to be sacked. Good coverage down the field for the Minnesota Vikings. The pocket collapsed. Dalton had no time. And the Minnesota Vikings will take over yet again on downs over the Chicago Bears. And to be honest, again, red zone struggles. Your team cannot score touchdowns, Matt Nagy. Your team doesn't score touchdowns. This is a staple. This is the staple of your offense. They don't score touchdowns. Going 4th down, yeah, cool, whatever. You should have been doing that pretty much since the middle of the year. You should have been going 4th down pretty much since the middle of the year. Obviously, the idea is correct. Execution has been piss poor. That's the second time the Vikings get off the field because of poor execution off of sack on the Chicago Bears. Mashawn, what's up? Once again, the Bears didn't run the damn football. I agree. It's this is the BU game. This is where you see every part of Matt Nagy's football brilliance, if you will. You're going to see all his flaws, man. You're going to see all, and you're seeing it again. The biggest one is a lack of touchdowns. The biggest one is your team doesn't score touchdowns. You just can't. You can get to the gates, but you can't open them. You can get to the door, but you can't open it. It doesn't make sense to me. You're trying to pass when you're on 3rd and 1. The Vikings are struggling to stop the run. David Montgomery is going to break a big one if you can continue to attack it. Line up under center, go big again, and run the damn football, man. Like, it's enough's enough. I know you want to air it out, and honestly, on that drive, I thought they did a good job. I thought all the execution of the passing plays, I thought it was a pretty decent job. But when it comes down to scoring, when it comes down to the red zone, for some reason or another, this team just has this brain fart. They don't know what the hell they're doing, whether it be the coaches, whether it be the players. And in this one, it's both, because remember that first turnover on downs, they had maybe a inverted whistle. You know what I mean? Like somebody had thought they stopped the play. The entire line thought they stopped the play, but the play was still alive. And Andy Dalton got sacked for a huge loss. And then in this one, again, run the goddamn ball, run the football. You went shotgun twice, trying to pass on 4th and 1. How about lining up under center and trying to run the football this time? Like, it couldn't get any worse today. Oh, last week versus today. Today, the Bears have -6 passing yards again. So the Bears doing a decent job bottling up this receiving core for the Minnesota Vikings. Frustrating Kirk Cousins. It's going to be a handoff to Dalvin Cook. He cuts his way back to the middle of the field, but only comes up with 2 yards on the gain. Again, man, continuing to just disappoint right on cue. Get into the red zone. We've seen this too many times this year. We've seen this too many times in the past 4 years. This lack of execution, this undisciplined BS, we can't have it. We can't have it anymore. Vikings at 14 total yards. This defense is playing inspired. This defense is playing aggressive as they bottle up Dalvin Cook for a gain of nothing. Tonga in there. Look at Roquan Smith in there. Sam Kamara in there. This defense is playing motivated and inspired. You got to like that. But again, I feel like this team should have 14 points to show for it. At least 10. At the very least, 10 points to show for it. Missed opportunities. 3rd and 7 for Minnesota. Cook to the right of Cousins. Jefferson in motion. He moves down to the slot next to Osgood. It's going to be a pass. Looking. Oh, his hand is hit. Can he come up with the pick? Oh, Thomas Graham Jr. couldn't get under the football in time, but that ball was up in the air for quite a long time. It wasn't a fumble. It was a pass. But, man, Thomas Graham Jr. almost getting underneath it, trying to crawl his way underneath it at the very end. And, yeah, it was a pass. It was a pass. Just out of the outstretched hands of Thomas Graham Jr. Bears get off the field again. Defense stepping up once again for the Chicago Bears. 9:08 to go in the half. Here's a punt by Barry again. Daz Newsome back there. He receives it, makes a move, gets upfield, tries to get the edge, and he just is caught short of the 40-yard line of the Chicago Bears. That's where the Bears will take over. It looks to be just beyond the 35-yard line of the Chicago Bears. Daz Newsome, pretty exciting on the punt returns. I like it. I want to see him more in the passing game. It looks like he's going to be the only young guy with Thomas Graham Jr., one of the only young guys on offense to get an opportunity. Making the most out of it is Daz Newsome, though. I like that guy. I like the kid. At first I thought he was going to be a Riley Ridley type of disappointment. Not saying that Riley Ridley, the player, is a disappointment. I don't even know what we had in a Riley Ridley. But Daz Newsome right now doing a pretty solid job, in my opinion. Josh Davis, why wasn't Montgomery in? Why did they call timeout? Should have hurried up and gave it to Montgomery. Hey man, and that's you being the wide receiver, Josh, being smarter than the Chicago Bears. I agree. You go right away. You had the momentum. You should have did it in both drives. You had the momentum. You go right away, run it right down their throats. They just like to get cute, man. Like I said, this is the Matt Nagy Bowl. You're going to see everything that Matt Nagy has to offer, the good, the bad, and there's a lot more bad than there is good. Be prepared. My favorite part of these Bears is they never give up this season, continue to play hard, even with the horrible record. Gives me optimism. The players give you optimism. The players should give you optimism for sure, especially if this defense is playing motivated like they are. I mean, at the very end, yeah, the defense has had its struggles this year as well. But defensively, I like how they're playing. Offensively, again, it's the same old shit show. Same old shit show. I want to prove that I'm the smartest guy. Between the 30s, they're moving the football. When it comes to money time, when it comes to winning time, that red zone, that 30 and in, they don't have a clue. That's the issue. That's the problem. Touchdowns, lack of touchdowns has been the problem. The defense can only do so much. And they're doing a good job right now. As the Bears offense takes the field again. As they show the playoff picture, the Green Bay Packers, number 1, Rams 2, Bucks 3, Dallas, the 4 seed. You got New Orleans, San Francisco at the bottom of that wild card. David Montgomery, the lone back. Andy Dalton under center. Komet motions. Now motions back. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery to the left side, and he's going to be bottled up for a gain of about 1 yard on the play. Andy Dalton, 9 of 12, 95 yards so far in the game. David Montgomery, 9 carries, 37 yards. Well, looks like they didn't mark that last one. Right now, the Bears defense, minus 6 yards passing. They had the same thing last week throughout the entire game. They're stepping up. You got two backs back there. One is an actual back, and the other is Damiere Byrd. It's going to be a pass. Dalton looking, throwing, completing to Darnell Mooney to the left side. Darnell with a big catch. Tried to evade being touched by Patrick Peterson. But it's going to be a gain of about 20 for the Chicago Bears. Darnell Mooney continuing to have a solid game up in Minnesota today. Under 8 minutes to go in a half, Damiere Byrd is the motion man, 1 receiver to the top of the screen. David Montgomery is the lone back. Andy Dalton under center. Now he kills. Checks with his lineman. Here's a snap. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery. David Montgomery finding a hole, finding a crease, fighting his way up for a gain of about 9 yards on first down. Good check down by Andy Dalton. Check to a run. Or he could have just checked and moved the play over. Nonetheless, it was a good gain by the Chicago Bears. You have 3 tight ends out there. No, it's 2. 2 tight ends and Jesse James and Jimmy Graham. Dalton under center. Mooney in motion. It's going to be another handoff to David Montgomery. He gets the first down, fighting his way out across the 30-yard line. No, just up to the 30-yard line. 1st and 10, Chicago. David Montgomery coming off the field again. Darnell Mooney Darnell Mooney has achieved his first 1,000-yard season. Thank you, LaShawn. Darnell Mooney with 1,000 yards. Good on him. Empty set now. It's going to be a swing pass. It's going to be to Darnell Mooney again. It was going to be a wide receiver screen, and that goes nowhere. It's going to actually end up being a loss of about 1 for the Chicago Bears. 2nd and 11 for the Bears. Under 6 minutes now in the half. Over 15 minutes of time of possession for the Bears. 144 total yards to just 15. Bears over the Vikings. You have Herbert back there to the right of Dalton. 2 receivers to the top, 1 to the bottom. Komet down at the bottom of the screen as well. It's going to be a handoff to Herbert. Herbert breaks a tackle, tries to break another tackle, and he's brought down after trying to bounce it back outside. It's going to be a gain of about 3-4 yards. Third down for Chicago. Here we go. 3rd and 7. Shotgun again. Herbert is the back next to Dalton to his right. You have pressure coming. Dalton throwing to the end zone, and it's going to be over the head of Darnell Mooney. And here comes the field goal unit. Another missed opportunity for the Bears. 3-0 for Chicago. 4th and 7. 5 minutes exactly left in the half. Cairo Santos on the field again. Cairo, the MVP. Santos on the field again. 46-yard attempt. Cairo Santos. And that kick is good. It is now 6-0. Chicago Bears lead over the Minnesota Vikings up in Minnesota. 4:55 left in the half. 6-0. Cairo Santos. MVP. Detroit taking the lead over Green Bay, 14-7. 7-3 now. Jacksonville over Indianapolis. The Giants still scoreless, losing 3-0 to Washington. Tennessee scores over Houston, 7-0 there. Pittsburgh 3, Baltimore 0. And you have Cincinnati losing to Cleveland 14-0. Some of the later games, you got a big one. San Francisco versus LA. The Niners have to win to stay alive. You have Tampa Bay and Carolina. Arizona and Seattle. New England and Miami. You have New Orleans and Atlanta. I think that's a big game as well. New Orleans has to win. I believe New Orleans has to win. Are they in the playoffs now? I have to double check that. Yeah, Buffalo and the New York Jets. And, of course, the biggest game of the day, in my opinion, the night game, Raiders versus Chargers. Loser of that game is going home for the winter. The winner will keep playing and be in the playoffs, fighting for a chance at a Super Bowl. 9-7 and 9-7. Both teams, like I said, the Raiders, after a shitty start, find themselves in good position right here to make a playoff run. I mean, they're not a complete team by any means, but from what they've overcome, you got to tip your cap to them. The Chargers, on the other hand, I thought were going to be the team to run away with the division. I thought that they were going to be the team to really challenge Kansas City in that AFC West. But you know, it's you got two teams now. You got the Raiders and you got the Chargers. Obviously, you got the Chiefs. Denver is going to figure out something. Denver firing their head coach Vic Fangio before today's game. Or before today's set of games. Vic Fangio, they played yesterday. They lost to Kansas City yesterday, 28-24. They had a lead in that game as well. You can't miss on the quarterback. It's that important. Drew Lock is not the guy in Denver. You know, they had Teddy Bridgewater. That didn't pan out. The defense got better. The defense definitely got better, obviously, with Vic. But you got to be able to score points in this league if you want to win. And they never got the quarterback right. So, anyway, kickoff to Minnesota. It's going to – a good hit. Is that Daz Newsome? Daz Newsome with a nice hit. Where the fuck has he been all year? Like I said, where have these guys been all year? Daz Newsome making plays in special teams. Like, man, where have these guys been all season? It's like they're I don't know, what are they storing storing talent away? They're saving talent for a rainy day. Like it's just weird. Like Daz Newsome having a pretty solid game so far for the Chicago Bears on special teams. It's going to be a play action fake. Going deep is Cousins, and that's going to be incomplete. Intended for Osgood. Kirk Cousins missing the mark. Mike Zimmer visibly frustrated on the sideline. You've seen their defense under Mike Zimmer has only gotten worse. They went first in scoring in 17 to second to last place in both categories this year. Mike Zimmer on the hot seat. He will probably be looking for the Vikings will probably be looking for a new head coach. Under center now is Cousins. It's going to be a swing pass out to Jefferson. He doesn't break a tackle, but fights his way forward for a gain of about 3, maybe 4 yards. Under 5 minutes now in the half. Third down for the Vikings. Third and 7, empty set for Kirk Cousins. You got confusion. You got confusion on the play, and I think the Vikings are going to go ahead and take another timeout. Zimmer is pissed. Doesn't know what the confusion was all about, but he is not happy on that sideline. 4:02 left in the half. Third and 7 for the Minnesota Vikings, deep in Viking territory. As they go to a break and show the Titans getting on the board against Houston. Anthony Ferkser with the touchdown. Titans on their way to being the number 1 seed in the AFC. Motion man is Jefferson. Cousins in shotgun. Dalvin Cook. Oh no, Madison next to him. Pressure coming. And he's able to get it off to his outlet guy, Madison, just in the nick of time. Pressure was coming on Kirk Cousins. He just dumps it over. Bears do a great job getting off the field yet again. The Vikings struggling to execute throughout this first half against Chicago. Like I said, there's some guys that look like they're just kind of nonchalant about this whole game. Majority of those guys are on the Viking side. The Bears seem to be motivated, even with how the offense has struggled. You see guys out there playing hard. Daz Newsome with another opportunity. He's going to try to get the edge. He's not going to get the edge. He's going to reverse fields yet again. Fighting, and finally he's brought down for a minimal gain as Andy Dalton comes back onto the football field. They're actually going to go ahead and take a break, and so am I. Real quickly, Bears 6, Vikings nothing. We'll be right back on the Barely Pregame Show and Barely Live on Sports Zone Chicago.
AutomotiveMap.com presents the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago. The college football playoff this Monday night in Indianapolis. It's Georgia taking on Alabama. The Bulldogs ranked number 3 in the college football playoff poll. Alabama number 1, but the Crimson Tide head into the game as an underdog. Georgia is a 3-point favorite. That's no concern for Crimson Tide coach Nick Saban.
You know, being an underdog is being an underdog. They have a really good team that's very well respected. We have a tremendous amount of respect for them. You know, it's important for our players to know what they need to do to be able to continue to have success in the next game, regardless of what happened in the last game.
Alabama beat Georgia in the SEC title game, but Bulldogs head coach Kirby Smart doesn't see that as a factor.
It's really separate from the SEC championship, other than obviously everybody will be using that tape to look at matchups and look at tendencies and things.
For lightning fast sports updates, download the Score app. It's free and one of the most popular sports apps in North America. I'm Chuck Sanders. That's the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago.
This is the feeling you get when you have a dedicated Fidelity Wealth Planner looking at your full financial picture. Someone working with you on a flexible, comprehensive wealth plan based on your goals, helping you balance risk and reward. It's being able to enjoy today because you have a plan for the future. This is the planning effect from Fidelity. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC.
And now an important message from Exergen. A critical new FDA study proves that non-contact thermometers are not accurate. They also have inaccurate information on their labels regarding accuracy. New COVID strains are on the rise, and non-contact manufacturers are being irresponsible at a time when accuracy matters. Accurate temperature measurements are essential. Switch to Exergen because they are accurate and backed by over 100 clinical studies. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen. Learn more at Exergen.com.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Barely Live. As I show Roquan Smith on the sideline. Roquan having one hell of a year, one of the better years ever for a Bears linebacker. Roquan Smith, the guy that's gotten snubbed out of a Pro Bowl bid. And you know what? To be honest, I don't know if Roquan. Obviously, you like to have that on your mantle, but I think Roquan is more focused on winning than anything. Andy Dalton under center now. Two receivers to the top of the screen. Tight end, it looks like Jesse James up there as well. Motion man now Mooney to the bottom of the screen with Allen Robinson. Lone back is Montgomery. Handoff to Montgomery. He cuts it back up the middle. David finds a hole and fights his way up to the, looks like he has 9 yards on the play. David loses his shoe and has to come off the football field. David literally running out of his shoes out there today. He's going to have to get that put back on before he could go back out. Second and one now. You got a heavy set. Two receivers to the bottom of the screen. Khalil Herbert is to the left of Andy Dalton. It's going to be a handoff to Herbert. He weaves his way out across the 45-yard line for the first down for the Chicago Bears, approaching the 2-minute warning. Under 2:30 now to play. I think the Bears will take as much time off this clock as possible. First and 10. Let's see if they just let it go all the way down to the 2-minute warning. And I think that's what they'll do. So the next, or maybe they won't. Maybe they'll snap it right before the 2-minute warning. You got 68 rushing yards for the Bears. Herbert back there. It's going to be a play action fake. Dalton throwing, and he's going to have, no, he's not. It's going to be good defense by the linebacker. Metellus, number 44 for the Vikings. Good coverage there. He was going for Cole Kmet down the seam. Just good coverage by the Minnesota Vikings linebacker. Bears looking at a second down and 10 when we come back. Andy Dalton doing a decent job. Like that ball it was a little underthrown. You want him to get, we want him to lead your receiver. Get it above that linebacker's head. The linebacker, I just felt like he just made an athletic play. It was a pretty decently thrown ball. Yeah, it may have had to be a little taller, a little longer. But you got to give credit to the linebacker. It was just a fantastic athletic play by him. Andy Dalton, 11 of 16, 112 yards on the day. No touchdowns. David Montgomery, 13 carries, 61 yards. Khalil Herbert, 3 for 7. Damian Williams has been out there. He's gotten 1 reception for 6 yards. Darnell Mooney is the leader, 6 receptions, 71 yards so far today. Bears leading 6-0. Detroit now up 14-13. Looks like the Packers were able to get a touchdown. A possible miss extra point, it seems. 10-0 now, Jacksonville over Indianapolis. Washington 3, the New York Giants 0. Tennessee 7, Houston 0. Pittsburgh 3, Baltimore 0. 14-0, Cleveland over Cincinnati. But I expect Cleveland to, maybe they won't. Maybe they'll just be content with getting into the playoffs. I don't think they could necessarily gain or lose any position. Cleveland won't be in the playoffs, so they'll be playing inspired football today. Gonna have to find a way to keep fighting for them. Same here, same as with the Bears. Bears, the intensity seems to be there with Chicago. The want to fight seems to be there with the Bears. Just again, the inability to score in the red zone, the inconsistent execution in the red zone. The play calling, the play designs, this, like Josh said before, like, why aren't you moving quickly? Like, it worked. You have them on the ropes. Go again. Little things that aren't done on this team. Mooney in motion, 2 receivers at the bottom of the screen. It's going to be, what do we got here? Is it a false start? Is it going to be encroachment? It looks like it's going to be encroachment on the defense, neutral zone infraction. Second down for the Chicago Bears, now 2nd and 5. Surprisingly, that's the first penalty for either team on the day. Bears sitting at no penalties. Let me knock on wood. Bears sitting at 0 penalties right now. 2 receivers at the top of the screen. Andy Dalton in shotgun. Herbert splits out to the flat. He's going to go ahead and hit Damiere Byrd, who was just sitting wide open in the zone. He picks up a gain of about 20, it seems like. 15 yards. Bears going no huddle. Khalil Herbert still out there to the left of Andy Dalton. 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen, 1 to the top. Dalton looking to his left, completes it to Damiere Byrd on another curl route. And they're going to keep the clock rolling. Under 1:30 now in the half. All 5 possessions they've gotten across the 50, and they only have 6 points to show for it. And it's going to be completed to Goodwin on the out route. Good way to hold on to that football. He did not get out of bounds, so the clock is rolling under a minute now. Bears threatening. They're across the 25-yard line of Minnesota. 3 receivers to the top. Khalil Herbert to the right of Andy Dalton. He's looking to pass over the middle of the field, and he's open. Oh, Goodwin unable to hold on to the football. He was open. It was on target. Just unable to complete the catch all the way to the ground. Looked like Alexander got back in time, knocking that football away. And that's exactly what happened from Goodwin. Alexander getting back after getting beat. Oh, Cameron Dantzler. Thought it was Alexander. Excuse me. Dantzler. We got Damian Williams in the backfield now. Damiere Byrd in motion to the top of the screen. You're going to have 3 receivers up there. Andy Dalton looking. Pressure coming. He evades pressure. Now throwing. And it's going to be short to Damian Williams. Not a good pass whatsoever. Williams is wide open. Andy Dalton unable to get the ball in the air. Let me see if it's just a bad throw by Andy Dalton. Like, he just threw it, slinging it, hoping and praying. If he's able to set his feet or maybe even throw it a little bit sooner, I think you have Damian Williams in the end zone, in the corner of the end zone, for at least a shot at making the play. At least a shot at making the play. Andy Dalton has to have a better throw than that. Empty set now. 3 receivers to the top. Now they bring Damian Williams in the backfield next to Dalton. Dalton looking. He's going to hit it again. He went right back to it. Right back to the same play. Hitting Damian Williams this time for the touchdown. Chicago in the end zone finally. They now lead it 12-0 over the Minnesota Vikings. Andy Dalton going right back to that play. Going right back to Damian Williams, knowing he had him beat. Knowing that they had the mismatch. And you see how Allen Robinson was able to pretty much rub that guy screened the linebacker off while using the defender as well. So that would give giving Damian Williams even more separation. Just a good idea from Andy Dalton. I like that idea, going right back to it when you had it open. Bears are going to go for 2 here. That'll put them up 14-0 with 31 seconds left before the half. Two-point conversions, 2 of 3 this season. Andy Dalton rolling. It's going to be a shovel pass to Allen Robinson, and he gets in the end zone. Shovel pass to Allen Robinson. Bears pick up the 2-point conversion. 14-0. Some more Matt Nagy out there for you guys. Bears now lead it 14-0 over the Minnesota Vikings. Yeah, it's definitely a 2018 call, but they do that way too often. They really love that play. That play hasn't been really successful. Well, as successful as I feel like they believe it is. But anyway, it works here. Allen Robinson making the catch, getting into the end zone. 2-point conversion is good. Let's take another look. Yeah, he's in the end zone, no doubt. 14-0 Chicago over Minnesota right before the half. Vikings don't look like they even want to be here today. It looks pretty rough for Minnesota. Mike Zimmer, I don't know how much control he has of that locker room, if anymore. I don't know how much longer Mike Zimmer has as the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, because this is a bad way to go out. If you're going to go out like this with a team that knows it's not going to have their head coach, or knows it's not going to keep this head coach, with a team that has struggled all season long, a team that you beat earlier this year on the road. You know, it just looks god-awful right now for the Minnesota Vikings. And I'm not complaining about it, because I had to watch god-awful pretty much all season long in the Chicago Bears. Need to spread that misery around a little bit. So it looks like the Vikings are going to line up for a couple of plays here with 26 seconds left. They will get the halftime. Will receive the opening kick in the third quarter. That pass is complete to Justin Jefferson. Finds an opening in that zone. Able to complete it there. 21 seconds now in the half. 1st and 10 Minnesota. Vikings looking to set up at least a field goal attempt. They're at midfield, just outside of midfield in Viking territory at about the 49-yard line. 21 seconds left in the half. 2 receivers to the bottom, 1 to the top. Madison in the backfield with Cousins. Here comes the pressure. Cousins pump fakes, brings the ball down. Now he scrambles, throws, and he completes it. Oh, and he didn't make the tackle. Why did he just get up? What? Who just gave up on that? Who's the cornerback that gave up on that play? Who's the guy that gave up on that play? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Who gave up on that play? Who's a cornerback? Is that Jalen Johnson? Let's check it out right here. Complete. And you just didn't touch him. He didn't. Come on, Jalen Johnson. Come on, 3-3. Come on, 3-3. You got to fucking know. You know you didn't touch him. You knew you didn't touch him. Come on, 33. You're having a good game. The Bears defense is having a good game. You get late into the half, and you're starting to give up big chunk plays. This soft ass look. Start playing aggressive. God, man, not knowing if you got a hand on the guy. Come on. Cousins scrambling. Here comes the pressure. There's flags on the play. It looks like there's going to be a hold. That pass is completed to Osgood at about the 5-yard line. But there are flags on the play. Ridiculous. You're damn right, Josh. Ridiculous. And then, obviously they have great field position. They flip the field in a couple of seconds because you're playing soft defense. And your cornerbacks are giving up on plays that aren't dead. Like that's you were having a good game. You were doing good shit on defense. That one irks me, man. Holding on Mangus Hunt. 7 seconds left. Vikings are going to take a shot at the end zone. And it looks to be a timeout. The Bears' final timeout of the half with 7 seconds left. They're going to talk it over. 1st and 20 for the Vikings. Vikings, at the very least, have a field goal attempt in hand. 7 seconds is going to have to be a quick attempt at the end zone, a quick throw. You have to get the guys down there in a hurry. Trying to see where they're at on the football field right now. As you see, Andy Dalton. Here we go. Now game is back on. 14-0 Chicago over Minnesota. 7 seconds left. Here come the Vikings out of the huddle. 2 receivers to the top of the screen, Jefferson and Osgood. 1 receiver to the bottom. Madison is the back next to Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins looking to his left. Now throwing to his left and throwing out of bounds. 3 seconds left. Vikings will trot the kicking unit onto the field and attempt a field goal. They will receive the ball after the half in the third quarter. So they'll take the points here, hoping to come out of the gates firing on all cylinders in the third. Bears doing a good job getting off the football field so far on defense. This last drive, though, as you guys know, when the Bears get into these later stages of the halves, either half, they start getting, especially if they have a lead, they start getting real laxed with their coverages and real lax with their defense, and they start giving up big chunk plays, and they pretty much allow teams to get back in, or teams allow teams the opportunity to put up points late in halves. And again, another one there, soft coverage defense. Then you had the brain fart from Jalen Johnson. I don't know what he was thinking. Can't have that if you're going to expect to win. This one is almost over. One more half in this season. One more half to watch the Chicago Bears play. One more half to see Matt Nagy's bald ass on the sideline. And watch one more half of mediocre Bears football. Hopefully it's the last half of mediocre Bears football we see for a while. I'm going to take a quick break after that. I'll be breaking down what's going on in the first half, the positives, the negatives. A lot of positives out there, although I just feel like the Vikings are checked out completely, even more so than the Giants were last week. But I'll be right back with you guys. You're watching a Barely pregame show and Barely live on Sports Zone Chicago.
AutomotiveMap.com presents the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago. The college football playoff this Monday night in Indianapolis. It's Georgia taking on Alabama. The Bulldogs ranked number 3 in the college football playoff poll. Alabama number 1, but the Crimson Tide head into the game as an underdog. Georgia is a 3-point favorite. That's no concern for Crimson Tide coach Nick Saban.
Being an underdog is being an underdog. They have a really good team that's very well respected. We have a tremendous amount of respect for them. It's important for our players to know what they need to do to be able to continue to have success in the next game, regardless of what happened in the last game.
Alabama beat Georgia in the SEC title game, but Bulldogs head coach Kirby Smart doesn't see that as a factor.
It's really separate from the SEC championship, other than obviously everybody will be using that tape to look at matchups and look at tendencies and things.
For lightning fast sports updates, download the Score app. It's free and one of the most popular sports apps in North America. I'm Chuck Sanders. That's the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago.
This is the feeling you get when you have a dedicated Fidelity Wealth Planner looking at your full financial picture. Someone working with you on a flexible, comprehensive wealth plan based on your goals, helping you balance risk and reward. It's being able to enjoy today because you have a plan for the future. This is the planning effect from Fidelity. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC.
And now an important message from Exergen. A critical new FDA study proves that non-contact thermometers are not accurate. They also have inaccurate information on their labels regarding accuracy. New COVID strains are on the rise, and non-contact manufacturers are being irresponsible at a time when accuracy matters. Accurate temperature measurements are essential. Switch to Exergen because they are accurate and backed by over 100 clinical studies. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen. Learn more at Exergen.com.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Barely Live. Halftime, 14-0. Chicago leads Minnesota. It's been 14-3. The Vikings did score kick a field goal before the half. This first quarter, or this first half of the ball game for the Chicago Bears, you got to be happy with the effort on defense. Again, you're the same shit on offense. You can't get the ball in the end zone, although they were able to. Later in that drive, the first couple of attempts, you had five drives getting across the 50-yard line. You have your opportunities. You're right there. You need to be able to strike. Whoever they go ahead and bring in next year needs to be a guy that doesn't fuck around in the red zone. Needs to be a guy that's willing to do the hard shit, willing to go ahead and line up again on third down after you had a successful run and do it again. You got to get a guy that's willing to run the football even when they know you're running the football, and get guys that can execute. Find guys that can execute. That's a part of it. That's the best time to run I felt like as a running back, and I got this beard in my mouth. I felt like as a running back, and just as a player overall, when you have a coach like that, when you have a coach that understands he needs to adjust as well, and understands that you're this relationship between coach and player is not just one way. You have to be able to adapt to the player. You have to be able to, learn new things about yourself in order to do that. I just feel like Matt Nagy is happy with who he is, which is fine on a human level, on a social level. You're happy with who you are in your own skin, cool. But as far as football is concerned, he's happy with what he's doing because it's his. Like, that's pretty much it. Like, not because of it's successful, just because it's his. It's his baby. He's put it together, and that's it. There's no real reason for it other than it's his. You see him on the sideline. You see him in the red zone today. Those two trips that I was talking about, the two field goals. You've seen the confusion on the offensive line. You've seen the confusion with the play calling. They had to call a timeout because guys didn't know where they were. Guys didn't know where they were going. Again, just final countdown here. One more half to go in what's been a all-around disappointing 4 or 5 years for the Chicago Bears. Straight up disappointing. There's no, I was looking forward to this. Like, I was looking forward to this era. I was looking forward to Matt Nagy being the guy, hoping that he could be the guy. Very quickly, after 18, you found out that he wasn't. The optimism was there. And then all of a sudden it was just gone. Gone. You got to get a guy that could fire up the fan base as well. But Josh, A-Rob's role has been so minimized. I get he was hurt, but question if we ever really gotten $16 million. It's a good question, but has he ever really been given? I wouldn't even say that. You had Mitch. You knew who Mitch was. You have Matt Nagy in the offense. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that none of these players have properly been assessed. None of these players. You can't look at any of these players, especially on offense, and say, "All right, I know exactly who you are." I mean, there might be one or two, maybe one or two, but not all of them. Not all of them. Not all of them. You can't fully assess a David Montgomery. You can't fully assess, even though you know who the hell he is. You can't fully assess any of your wide receivers, your tight ends, your quarterback. For God's sakes, yeah, it's been rough watching it for the past 4 years. Even with the success in this half, you're up 14-3. There's still those moments where it's like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what are you doing here? Why are we continuing to run into the wall? Like, why are we continuing to come up short in the red zone? Everybody, quarterbacks seem to like Darnell. I mean, I like Darnell. I want Darnell to catch the ball a lot more. I want him to be able to hold on to the football better. In recent games, that hasn't been the case. But throughout the season, there's been opportunities for him to hold on to the football, and he just hasn't been able to in big spots. Let's see what Darnell has today. Darnell, 6 receptions, 71 yards on 7 targets. Demir Bird is following him with 30 yards, followed by Damian Williams. Allen Robinson had that 1 reception on the deep out. 1 reception for 16 yards. Yeah, Allen's been quiet. Has he minimized? Has he done it to himself? The majority of this is he's in a contract year. You know how he's been frustrated. He's expressed that frustration. But you've seen a lack of effort at times with Allen Robinson. A lack of want to, a lack of will. So I would put it, it's a two-way street. Part of it is the coaching. Part of it's the contract dispute with the team. The other part is Allen Robinson not wanting to go ahead and put all his effort out there, not wanting to do the extra for the team. And I think that's the shot that Allen is taking against the team. Is he's not going to give you 100% of Allen Robinson. I think that was the low blow he was dealing to them while they were, unwilling to pay him, and they still are unwilling to pay him what he's demanding. You have a lot more. You have a lot of free agents. You have a lot of guys that are going to be leaving. A lot of movement. Very little wiggle room to do anything in the draft, but stay put and draft accordingly. Best player available. It's going to be fun. You need to put another Darnell Mooney, or you need to put another wide receiver, obviously next to Mooney for Fields. Some guys in free agency, if you want to go that route. There's guys in the draft, but again, are you going to find that guy? Are you going to find that dude in those later rounds? Because I feel like your first couple picks need to be, 1, an offensive lineman, 2, a cornerback or defensive back. If you want to go and find a free safety or find a safety to replace Deshaun Gibson. Do you re-sign Deshaun Gibson? There's so many things that so many questions that you need to get past this game to answer. And I just don't know if they're going to be able to answer all of them in one offseason. There's a lot to be done. Can it be done? Absolutely. Absolutely. This doesn't have to be a 4-year rebuild or a 3-year rebuild. You could find guys, if you find the right combination of head coach, GM, you can get this thing turned around. The Bears can be one of those fringe teams, the hot right now teams, or they'll be hot next year type of teams. They could be that. They can be that team if properly coached. Looks like we're going to get back to some of the action here in the second half. So far, the pressure has not gotten to Andy Dalton as much. They did get to him a few times. Turnover on downs, but I thought there'd be a little bit more of a push from Minnesota today. Obviously, that's not the case. Like I said, the Vikings look like they've all but packed it in, and that's a beautiful stadium. Like I've never been up there. I haven't been up there, but that's just the stadium, the shots of the stadium, the aesthetics of it. It just looks really dope. I want to go up there and check out a game. Maybe next year. If a couple things go well, I have a couple things I'm planning on doing this season. There's a couple of purchases that need to be made. Then maybe we could take a trip up there and go to Minnesota and see the game and see this stadium and go to places like that, all in due time, God willing. But yeah, hopefully by the end of this next season, we could do some stuff like that. Get out there and really mingle with you guys and some of the other people that are out there. It's going to be a first down run for Dalvin Cook. It's going to be a gain of about 5 yards as we get the second half underway, the final half of the season for the Chicago Bears. Vikings' first 4 drives only mustered up 22 yards. After that, 62 yards. After those first 2 drives, excuse me. Under center is Kirk Cousins. It's going to be a pitch to Dalvin Cook. He cuts it back to the middle. It's going to be just short of the first down. Looks to be about a half yard short of the first down. They show the Bears stats from last week and the first half today. Very, very similar stats. Very similar. The Bears defense has gotten off to really good starts, although we know how shitty the Giants were. Here we go. It's a Dalvin Cook handoff. He gets the edge. And he has a big gain, a big run for the Vikings. First down and 10. Minnesota. Dalvin Cook with the biggest Vikings play of the day, bar none. Well, at least so far. Let's take a look. Jalen Johnson gets sucked in. He needs to go ahead and protect that edge. He needs to get outside and not allow Dalvin Cook to do that, but he gets sucked in because he couldn't see it. Dalvin Cook bounces it outside. A big gain out across the 50-yard line, almost to the 40-yard line. Under center is Cousins. Here's a snap. Play action pass to Madison. Here's Robert Quinn, and it's going to be a screen pass to the tight end, but well read by Ogletree. Ogletree was able to make the tackle, evade the block, and make the tackle on the tight end. It was a tight end screen. Robert Quinn was flying off that edge, but then quickly realized what was going on. Fortunately, Ogletree was right there to make the stop. Second and 13 for the Vikings now. Motion man is Jefferson to the bottom of the screen. You have 3 receivers down there. Tight end is at the top of the screen. Cousins looking to his right, now looking over the middle, and it's going to be incomplete. Looking for his tight end. It will be 3rd and 13 now for the Minnesota Vikings. 3rd and 13. Cousins missing his tight end over the middle of the field. 12:31 left in the third quarter. 3 of 7 on third down conversions are the Vikings. Cousins in shotgun now. Empty set. Three receivers to the bottom of the screen. Two to the top. Yeah, one receiver to the top, and you got a wing back out there. You got Madison out in the flat. He's looking over the middle. Going to go ahead and take a shot. And he's got a guy wide open. Wide open. Touchdown, Minnesota Vikings. Marquis Christian fell on the coverage. And just like that, the Vikings are right back in it. 14-9, Chicago leads. Let's take a look at what happened on the play. Marquis Christian just gets his legs tangled up with him. And he splits the safety, Eddie Jackson, and it's touchdown, Minnesota. 6 plays, 75 yards, 2:30 off the clock, and just like that, the Vikings are in it. That's why I said those drives where you leave touchdowns out on the football field, they fucking mean things. It means a lot. You can't leave opportunities like that because you allow teams who have done it before, and the Minnesota Vikings who've come back down this season before, who have the weapons to do so, you leave the door open for them. You got to be able to put teams out of their misery by scoring touchdowns. It was a perfect pass, but it's tough. If you fall on the coverage, you got to keep your feet. Not going to sit here and make excuses for Marquis Christian. Just got to be able to keep your feet. And just like that, it's a 4-point game. Chicago still leads 14-10. Kirk Cousins now 7 of 13, 119 yards, and a touchdown. Dalvin Cook, 9 carries for 46 yards. Amir Smith-Merced, 2 receptions, 84 yards, and that touchdown you just saw. Let's see how the offense responds. Yeah, that's another thing. Their response out of the half, the response out of halftime. Are they going to be able to adjust? Are you going to be, and you're doing good things. I mean, you got 2 touchdowns in the first half, should be 4. That's the way Minnesota played, but you're not that good of an offense yourself. So maybe 1. We'll just call it 1. You should have had 1 more touchdown. I feel like it should be 21 to 10 at the very least. Yeah, just tough. I was praising this defense so far this game. They've been doing a solid job. Don't get me wrong, but that one you can't have. You can't, especially right out of the gate. Open the second half. Big touchdown. Now you give them momentum. They're at home. The crowd's got to be a little bit got to be woken up again. Just a tough play for Marquis Christian. Keep your feet, dog. Like, that's all I got to say. Keep your feet. You haven't had a great year yourself. It's gotten even more rough with that one. As it looks like we're going to be coming back to the action here. And we're back with the Bears and the Vikings, 14-10. The Bears lead the Vikings after a huge touchdown reception from Smith-Merced from Kirk Cousins. Vikings are now trailing just by 4. Vikings are a dangerous team. Like I said, they've missed so many opportunities to win football games and really be a threat to make the postseason, maybe possibly be a threat at the division crown, but just not enough execution for them. Not enough points. Obviously, a lot of those games they've lost by 3 or a touchdown or less. But they are dangerous. They will come back on you. You obviously see they have firepower. They have weapons. They have receivers that could get downfield. They have speed. They got a good running back. Their defense is pretty solid, even though it's can take a gashing in the running game. As the Bears come out now, 2 receivers to the top of the screen. It's a heavy set, 2 tight ends. It's going to be another end around. They did the same play again. Same play to start the first quarter, or to start the first half. They start the second half with, which is an end around to Darnell Mooney. Some more of that BU for you. Approaching 12 minutes left in the third quarter. Darnell Mooney, 75 catches, 1,000 yards on the season. Andy Dalton hands off to David Montgomery. He gets the first down and about 2 more yards as Sam Mustipher. Ooh, that was nice. Sam Mustipher driving somebody into the ground. It's about time. Under 12 minutes now in the third quarter, 14-10. All right, get this off the screen so I can see. Bird in motion now. Dalton under center. 1 receiver to the top, 2 to the bottom. Cole Kmet is out there as well. It's going to be a play action fake. Going to hit the man over the middle. That's Cole Kmet out across the 50 into Viking territory. Cole Kmet taking a shot at the end of the play, but able to hold on to the football. Play action works. Opens up that middle of the field over the linebacker's head. Andy Dalton hits his man in Cole Kmet. Dalton under center again. Montgomery the lone back. It's going to be a play action fake again. Dalton looking to his left. Now throwing. Mooney looking for a flag. That ball was just thrown into the dirt. And there will be a flag. It looks like there will be a flag on the play. I think Darnell Mooney talked him into it. Looks like we might get a pass interference, and we will on the Vikings. Pass interference helps out the Bears. They pick up a first down on first down through a penalty instead of being second down and long. I guess he grabbed him a little bit. It wasn't as blatant, but it is what it is. I'll take it. Patrick Peterson's a vet, one of the better cornerbacks in the league when he was in his prime. Motion man is Newsome. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery to the left side. David fighting his way through a hole, making a hole for himself, picking up about 3 yards. Second down and 7. Andy Dalton, 17-24, 190 yards on the day. $10:30 to play in the third quarter. 2nd and 7. 15 rushes for David Montgomery, 68 yards. Like I said, Andy Dalton, 17-24, 190 and a touchdown. Under center is Dalton. Montgomery is a lone back. 2 receivers to the top, 1 to the bottom. Jesse James is the tight end next to Jason Peters. Here's a snap. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery. He jump cuts in the hole. That play would have been blown up in the backfield if not for that move by David Montgomery, fighting his way for a gain of about, looks like 3, maybe 2.5 yards. We'll call it 3 on the play. 3rd and 4 now. Under 10 minutes now in the third quarter. Bears are 1 for 6 today on third down conversions. They got to be able to pick one up here. They're on the 20-yard line, 3rd and 4. 2 receivers to the top of the screen, 2 to the bottom. David Montgomery to the right. It's going to be a pass. Dalton looking, throwing, and he has his man, Darnell Mooney, completed on a nice corner route. Mooney makes the completion. The Bears pick up the first down. 1st and goal now for the Chicago Bears. A nice response. The response that Josh was asking for. Now let's see if they could go ahead and put it in the end zone here. I don't get it either. But like I told you guys, you're gonna see this guy go down with the ship, guns blazing. There are no tryouts here. There's no tomorrow for this guy. Mooney in motion. It's going to be a handoff to Montgomery. He gets hit immediately in the backfield and gets thrown down. Looks to be a loss of 1.5 yards on that play. Under 9 minutes now in the quarter. 2nd and goal for the Chicago Bears. As we see the handoff, David Montgomery just nowhere to go. Sam Mustipher not able to get a hands on his guy. 2 guys get their hands on David Montgomery, and he is slung back. 27th in the NFL in red zone scoring percentage is the Chicago Bears, 82.6%. Andy Dalton, empty set. Now looking, now scrambling, and now just throwing it out of the end zone. He had pressure in his face. 3rd and goal. 8:15 left in the quarter. The Bears knocking on the door again. I'd mentioned before those first 2 drives, there were they could pretty much take a shot at the end zone. They were unable to score any points, turning the ball over on downs twice. You had those 2 other field goals as well. There should be a lot of points scored on this on the board for the Chicago Bears. Just unable to execute. Let's see if they could do it here. 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen, 1 to the top. Damian Williams is a running back to the right of Dalton. It's going to look. Andy's looking. Pressure's coming. Andy's scrambling. Andy's running. Andy's going to get in. Andy Dalton. What a awkward scramble, but it pays off. Andy Dalton able to evade the pressure, evade the defenders, and Andy Dalton finds the end zone on a mad scramble by the red rifle. And let's see if he gets touched before, and he's down. He's going to be short of the goal line. He's going to be down just short. He looks to be down at the 1. Looks to be down at the 1, but still a good play by Andy Dalton. I didn't see the block. I was looking at. I was mesmerized by Dalton's scrambling ability. I was freaking about him running. I was a little scared for him, a little scared for the ball. Looks like they're going to go ahead and review it. It will be overturned. I think he was down at the 1 yard line, but hell of a game from Andy Dalton. You know, am I upset with how this organization has been run? Am I upset with some of the decisions that they made? Yes. If Andy Dalton was a jagoff, if Andy Dalton was just piss poor, terrible, I would jump out. I would not be complimenting Andy Dalton. But Andy Dalton has just been a true professional. He's done everything he has been asked to do, even helping out Justin when he can. You know, Andy's going to get another shot. I like Andy Dalton, not only as a dude, but he's not the greatest quarterback, but you find I find this need to root for him, like just want to root for the guy, like just wish him the best. Andy Dalton with a crazy scramble, not gonna get the touchdown, but awesome scramble nonetheless. It's not that great, just a wide out making a play. Yeah. I just want to see what it was. I was unable to check it out, but a nice scramble by Andy Dalton. Way to evade pressure. Way to get me all hyped and excited from a quarterback scramble. Hopefully, I would have been more excited if it was Justin Fields, but Andy Dalton, I'll take it. I'll take it right now, just so we could get a victory here in this final game. I'll take what I could get. Andy Dalton with a nice scramble. Detroit up 24-13 over Green Bay. Jacksonville 16, Indianapolis 3. Washington 6, the New York Giants 0. Tennessee 21, Houston 0. Baltimore now leads Pittsburgh 10-3. Cincinnati put some points on the board. They still trail Cleveland 14-7. And we're back. The call will be reversed. So it'll be fourth and goal for the Bears. They're going to go for it. They're pretty much at the 1 yard line. They've been stopped twice on 4th down, turned the ball over on downs both times, clearly. Let's see what they do. It's got to go to David. Like there's no let's stop BSing ourselves. Go to David, man. Go to David. I don't give a shit if the whole world knows it's going to David Montgomery. Give the ball to David. Here we go. Dalton under center. Goal line now. They're going to bring their 3rd tight end to the line of scrimmage. Going to motion another one. It's going to be a play action fake. Dalton looking. Dalton scrambling. Dalton's going to get sacked. You fucking asshole. I can't wait for your dumb ass to get off my fucking team. You stupid ass. Why don't you want to run it? Why don't you want to run it? You want to fucking pass at all costs, regardless. Look at this shit, man. You didn't even give him a fucking chance. David's got to make that block, though. But regardless, it should have been the ball should have been put in his hands from the jump. God, I can't wait till this guy fucking leaves, man. I can't wait till he fucking leaves. God, fire him now. Fire him now. We got 7:48 left in the third quarter. Fire him now. Stupid ass shit. Minnesota with a big gain on first down now. Minnesota with the momentum now because you can't do the little things right. You have a damn horse in David Montgomery. Put the ball in the end zone. Cousins under center now. Fullback back there with Dalvin Cook. You have one of the linemen in motion. He's being used as the extra tight end. It's going to be a pitch to Dalvin Cook. He's going to get stopped. Good penetration by Mangus Hunt. And Jalen Johnson, it looks like. Third down now. Vikings with a loss of yards. Under 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Good penetration. Way to put your shoulder in there. If you're Jalen Johnson. Fuck, unbelievable, man. Why aren't there 21 points on the board right now? We go, oh, that's a hold. Oh, and pressure, and he gets sacked. 15-yard. He's sacked down at the 15-yard line. Quinn was there initially. He wasn't able to get him, and then the pressure really got to Cousins as the pocket collapsed in front of him. You see this push. Look at that drive. Who's that? 46. Is that Kamara? Kamara doing a good job right now today. I've been critical of him as well. But he's really doing a pretty solid job. I've seen him a couple times, a couple plays, doing some really good things. Bears defense comes up with a huge stop. Getting the ball back yet again. Daz Newsome avoids a defender, trying to make something happen. Not going to be able to make anything happen. He gets out across the 40-yard line of the Chicago Bears before he's brought down. The Bears will take over there. 5:47 left in this third quarter. Again, 4th and 1. 3rd and 1. Anything in short, right? Anything in fucking short. Take your running back, stuff the ball in his belly, and tell him to go forward. There's no excuse anymore for this shit. And there won't be. There won't be come tomorrow. There won't be any more fucking excuses come tomorrow. Hopefully, God willing, there won't be any excuses come tomorrow. Self-inflicted wounds is the best way to describe it. Self-inflicted wounds because your fucking head coach thinks he's a fucking genius, even to the very end. To the very end, he thinks he can outsmart motherfuckers. Line your guys up. Tell them we're gonna go right there. That's what I need. You got a dog in David Montgomery that will do that. Touchdowns over field goals. Touchdowns over turnover on downs. Touchdowns, Matt Nagy. Unbelievable. That's why you will no longer be the head coach of the Chicago Bears come tomorrow. It can't come soon enough. It can't come soon enough. You keep giving David, that's exactly right, Josh. He would fight harder to get that yard. I've never seen David Montgomery fights harder for this much than anybody. And he'll get it too. He'll get it too. How many times have you seen him bottled up in the backfield? Break 2 tackles. Break a D lineman tackle and fall forward for 3 yards. How many times have you seen it? Nice guy, my fucking ass. Give me somebody who knows what the fuck they're doing. Sick of this shit. Can't come soon enough, guys. It really can't, guys and gals, if you're out there. Really can't. Andy Dalton, 18 of 26, 203 yards, and a touchdown. David Montgomery, 17 carries, 70 yards. No touchdowns on the day. Darnell Mooney having a hell of a day. 8 receptions, 92 yards, no touchdowns. 8 receptions off 9 targets. So they're really targeting Darnell today. But God, man, just get him off. Get him out of my sight. Get him out of my sight. You want to know why you're going to get fired, coach? Look at what the fuck you did today. Look at what your offense has done today. 14 points when you're in the red zone multiple times. When you're at the 1 yard line. Unbelievable. Fire his ass right now. Don't even let him finish the game. Hand off to David Montgomery. He's going to get stopped. He's going to fall forward for a gain of about 1. It'll be second down for the Chicago Bears. Looks like it'll be 2nd and 9. Under 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. God, I'm hot, man. I'm hot about that shit. Time and time again, we see that same thing, that same situation play out. Same situation play out. I bet out of any Bears coaches, Nagy who has the most fourth and out. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. Dalton throwing over the middle of the field. He hits Komet. Komet making the catch, getting out across the 40-yard line of the Minnesota Vikings. Good pitch and catch from Dalton to Komet. Here we go. The restricted free agents on offense. You got Robinson, Goodwin, Bird, Williams, Dalton, Graham, Ifedi, Daniels, and Mustafa, I believe. On defense, you got a lot of guys that are going to be up for contract as well. Decisions are going to have to be made. Big decisions are going to have to be made. I just don't know if I trust a Ryan Pace to make those decisions. It's another handoff to David Montgomery. He fights for, looks to be about a half a yard. Under 4:30 in the third quarter. Second down for the Bears. It's going to be 4:20 left in the game, in the third quarter. 2nd and 9. No, you're going to look at that offensive line. You're going to look at that offensive line, Akib. Dalton in shotgun, Montgomery to his right, one receiver to the top, 3 to the bottom of the screen. Here's a snap. Dalton looking to his right now, throwing to Allen Robinson on the curl route. Allen making the catch. Looks to be about 2 yards short of the first down marker. Let's check out what they have for yardage. Third down. No huddle for the Bears. Andy Dalton calling the play at the line. They're not putting the marker out. 3rd and 3. They have it 3rd and 3. Andy Dalton in shotgun. 3 receivers to the bottom, 1 to the top. Andy looking, pressure in his face, and he slings it out to David Montgomery. David has the ball 1-on-1, and he picks up the first down. What a tackle in space by number 27. A good tackle in space by 27. David, though, picks up the first down. Keeps the drive going for the Chicago Bears. That's a hell of a tackle. Credit where credit's due. Dantzler, that's a hell of a tackle against a nasty, nasty, nasty mofo in David Montgomery. 14-10. Chicago leads. Andy in shotgun. Komet back there with Dalton as well as David Montgomery. Dalton looking to pass, looking over the middle of the field. Pressure coming. He hits. Oh! Ball went right through the hands of David Montgomery. Pressure was coming. He tried to hit the outlet man in Montgomery. The ball went right through the hands of David. Got to be able to hold on to that football. He was going to get hit immediately by Dantzler, but I don't think that was the issue. I think he just took his eyes off the football trying to get upfield. 2nd and 10 now for the Bears. Montgomery comes off the field. Williams comes onto the field as a running back. Andy Dalton, 21 of 30, 232 yards and a touchdown. 2:32 left in the third quarter. 14-10. 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen, one of which is Jesse James, 1 to the top of the screen. Motion man is Newsome. Williams to the right of Dalton in shotgun. Here's a snap. Dalton looking. Now it's going to be a screen play. He dumps it over to Williams. Williams can't make the guy miss. Oh, he does break a tackle. Williams breaking a tackle and picking up a couple yards on 3rd down. Strong run. Way to break a tackle and prevent negative yards. The offensive line for the Chicago Bears on this play, though. Look at the blocking. Look at look at Mustafa chasing down his guy. Can't fucking get there. Whitehair you're running back to make your fucking block. You missed your block initially. Like, there's too many times this season you see shit like that again. Here we go with the red zone. Across the 25-yard line, just across the 25-yard line, 3rd and 6. 2 receivers to the bottom of the screen. Motion man at the top is Goodwin. Now he comes to the bottom. 3 receivers to the bottom. Jimmy Grant at the top. Williams in the backfield. Dalton looking, throwing over the middle, and just out of the outstretched hands of Darnell Mooney. It'll be 4th and 6. Bears stall out yet again. Let's see what they do here on 4th down. 4th and 6, and they're going to bring Cairo Santos out. Try to put the Bears up 17-10. Cairo Santos, 2 of 2 today, 43 and 46. This one will be from 42 yards out. Here's a snap, the hold, and that ball is good. It's good. It ends up staying inside that upright. The Bears are now up 17-10. More field goals instead of touchdowns. Again, you're up. You find yourself up a touchdown, but like you saw earlier, the Vikings they're able to score quick. If you're not on the same page as a secondary, the Vikings could get a big play, and they could get a big play quickly. Now, what are you going to see in this 4th quarter? Are you going to see Dalvin Cook being utilized in the passing game? Or are you going to see more Dalvin Cook being utilized in the running game? I'm not sure how close the game is. I mean, obviously you could still run, but how are the Vikings going to find their big plays? How are they going to generate big plays? You got to look for Dalvin. You got to look for Justin Jefferson. They haven't been doing a whole lot with their tight end, even though they tried to get him in the mix as well. Osgood he's been targeted. He just hasn't come up with a big play for the Vikings. Let's see, we check out the stats. Kirk Cousins, 8 of 14, 128 yards, and a touchdown. Dalvin Cook, 10 carries for 44 yards. Smith Merced was the guy that caught the lone Vikings touchdown. He has 2 receptions for 84 yards. Justin Jefferson, 2 receptions, 32 yards. The Bears have done a good job preventing the big play in the pass game up to that point that Smith Merced got the broken. It wasn't even broken coverage. It's Marquise Christian couldn't keep his feet. He got tripped up, and that's pretty much why he was wide open. It looked like Kirk Cousins was going to go to him anyway, so there probably would have been a play on the ball. But nonetheless, it's a touchdown. Bears, outside of that miscue, doing a great job at shutting down this passing game. They're going to have to step up again here because the Vikings are going to go. They're going to go right away. I feel like they're going to try to take another shot right away early in this drive. Maybe within the first 2 plays, you'll see a shot being taken as we go back to Minnesota and US Bank Stadium. Excuse me. Cairo Santos getting ready to kick off to Minnesota. 9 plays, 34 yards on that last scoring drive. 4 minutes and 10 seconds taken off the clock. We're still in the 3rd quarter. Over a minute left in the 3rd. You had Gus Johnson, Aqib Talib, Megan O'Leary, and Dean Blandino. It's an all-star cast there. 17-10 Bears lead. Total yards this half 76 and 75 respectively for each team. Bears with over 8 minutes of time of possession in this half. 1:37 left in the 3rd. The Vikings get the ball at the 25-yard line. See Justin Jefferson trotting onto the football field. Got to keep an eye on him. He's having a great year as you see the stats up there. 105 catches for Jefferson, over 1,500 yards. And if you look at Randy Moss's stats, they're very comparable to Randy Moss's first year, or one of Randy Moss's better years as a Vikings receiver. Osgood in motion. It's going to be a play action fake. It's going to be a dump over the middle to Justin Jefferson. He was running with Kirk Cousins. His helmet's going to come off. Looks like Jefferson might be hurt. Looked like he took a shot there. I don't know. Justin Jefferson looks like he took a bad shot there. He might have to go get checked. Kirk Cousins with the snap, looking. He's going to just sling it out to his outlet and Cook. He's going to actually lose yards. He's going to lose about 2 yards on that play. It's going to be third down for the Vikings. Under a minute left in the third. Looks like they're going to line up for another play. They're going to have to, with play clock under 15 seconds. 4 of 9 on third down conversions are the Vikings today. Cook is in the backfield with Cousins. Motion man, his eyes good to the bottom of the screen. Cousins looking, pocket collapsing. He gets the ball off, and he finds an open man in Smith-Merced. Kendall Vildor in the coverage. Smith-Merced able to find the open area. Cousins hits him. Vikings pick up the first down, and they're in business. It looks like they're going to just take it into the fourth quarter. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to go ahead and flip fields and take it into the fourth quarter. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. And on the other side of that break, we're going to have the fourth quarter, the last fourth quarter of the year for the Chicago Bears. Vildor is garbage. Yeah, Vildor has been a liability, to say the least, all season long. But anyway, guys, on the other side of the break, we'll have the last quarter of the year for the Chicago Bears. Can't come soon enough. Can't come soon enough with some of the shit that I've seen out here today and for the past 3 years. But anyway, guys, I'm Ivan Vargas. You're watching the Barely pregame show and Barely Live. We're going to take a quick break.
AutomotiveMap.com presents the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago. The college football playoff this Monday night in Indianapolis. It's Georgia taking on Alabama. The Bulldogs ranked number 3 in the college football playoff poll, Alabama number 1, but the Crimson Tide head into the game as an underdog. Georgia is a 3-point favorite. That's no concern for Crimson Tide coach Nick Saban.
You know, being an underdog is being an underdog. They have a really good team that's very well respected. We have a tremendous amount of respect for them. You know, it's important for our players to know what they need to do to be able to continue to have success in the next game, regardless of what happened in the last game.
Alabama beat Georgia in the SEC title game, but Bulldogs head coach Kirby Smart doesn't see that as a factor.
It's really separate from the SEC championship, other than obviously everybody will be using that tape to look at matchups and look at tendencies and things.
For lightning fast sports updates, download the Score app. It's free and one of the most popular sports apps in North America. I'm Chuck Sanders. That's the Sports Flash on the Sports Zone Chicago.
This is the feeling you get when you have a dedicated Fidelity Wealth Planner looking at your full financial picture. Someone working with you on a flexible, comprehensive wealth plan based on your goals, helping you balance risk and reward. It's being able to enjoy today because you have a plan for the future. This is the planning effect from Fidelity. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC.
And now an important message from Exergen. A critical new FDA study proves that non-contact thermometers are not accurate. They also have inaccurate information on their labels regarding accuracy. New COVID.
All right, we're back on Barely Live. Fourth quarter underway. Last fourth quarter of the year. Bears up 17-10 over the Minnesota Vikings. Kirk Cousins under center, takes a snap, play action fake, hits the fullback Ham out in the flat. Roquan Smith with the tackle after a gain of about 6 yards for the fullback Ham. Second down now for the Minnesota Vikings. Last quarter of the season, disappointing season to say the least. We were coming in here with a lot of optimism. You had a good draft by Ryan Pace. You have Tevin Jenkins. You got Larry Borum, Justin Fields. But quickly it became disappointing as you got a pitch to Dalvin Cook, and he's stopped by Mangus Hunt for a gain of about 1 yard. But you come in with a little bit of optimism, and then the season gets going, and you realize that you cannot continue to lie to yourself, or if you were still lying to yourself, you can't continue to do it about this head coach and about the way that this organization is being run. No matter how much you love the organization, no matter how loyal you are as a fan, you have to be honest with yourself first. And it hasn't been done. You can't, even with the additions that we've added, play action fake to Cousins. He's looking downfield, going to take a shot. He gets the ball off. He's going to have a shot. And oh my God, are you serious? Eddie Jackson, what is with the secondary giving up on plays? What the fuck is going on? Eddie Jackson just gave up on the fucking play, just like Jalen Johnson. Similar to what Jalen Johnson did, Eddie just gives up on the fucking play, and you have Jefferson back there. Look at this. 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 Eddie don't even know. Come on, Eddie. Come on, you dumb mother. How do you not know that, bro? How do you not get your head around, bro? That was the easiest fucking touchdown I've ever fucking seen. How does that happen, bro? How do you expect people to not talk badly about you, bro? How does that shit happen, man? Unbelievable. Eddie Jackson, clueless in coverage. Clueless. Unbelievable. This is a fucking clueless fucking play. Eddie Jackson, anybody could tackle Eddie. Ole Eddie. Keep playing the ball, Eddie. Damn it, man. Vikings back in it. Tie ball game 17-17. Yeah, that's exactly what he did, Josh. He played him like he was a vet. He played Eddie Jackson like if Eddie Jackson was just a rookie safety. Just fooled him. It was ridiculous. Eddie Jackson getting exposed. Jalen Johnson not playing hard. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of that shit. You can't allow that shit anymore. You can't allow that shit. Tie ball game in the blink of an eye. Now the Bears are going to have to go ahead and find a way to answer yet again. They've been doing a pretty good job of that so far today. But God, man, where are these guys' heads at right now? Last game of the year, but you got an opportunity to win. Where are your heads, man? Nonetheless, let's go ahead and take a look at around the league. Detroit holding on to a 2-point lead now, 24-22 over Green Bay. Jacksonville 23, Indianapolis 3, even though India is in the red zone right now. Washington 12, New York Giants 7, 21-10, Tennessee over Houston, 10-6 Baltimore over Pittsburgh. You have 14-10 ball game, Cleveland over Cincinnati. Cincinnati fighting its way back into that one. As we're going to cut back to the action now. Let's see what the Bears have in store on this drive after being answered by Minnesota. You know, field goals, like I mentioned before, field goals, bro. Field goals are your fucking enemy. Field goals are this team's fucking enemy. Like, look at how quickly the Vikings came back in because you were unable to put touchdowns on the board. I literally mentioned it, I think, earlier in the drive. Earlier in I think right before the drive with that Cairo Santos field goal. You're going to allow this team to come back. You're going to allow teams like this to come back. The Vikings aren't a complete team whatsoever. They're a very Jekyll and Hyde type of football team. But they have weapons that can get them back and keep them in ball games. What happens when you are content with scoring field goals, or not only that you're content, you just can't do it. What if you can't flat out put the ball in the end zone when you want? especially from a short distance. You can't do it. It's just not what you do. But what you do is play like shit, is make shitty decisions in your play calling that allow this fucking team to continue to stall outside of the red zone, outside of the box, outside of the promised land, as another shovel pass to Darnell Mooney, another end around for the Chicago Bears, another Matt Nagy play. But you keep this fucking team in the ball game. They linger around. Now you get a 17-7 game when the game should be 24-17 at the very most. At the very least, you should have maybe 6 more points. They go play action fake to Herbert, looking downfield and connecting with Mooney, and Darnell Mooney with a big catch. Darnell Mooney having one hell of a day for the Chicago Bears. It's been Darnell left, Darnell right, Darnell on a reverse, Darnell down the field. That's now 9 receptions off 11 targets for 98 yards for Darnell Mooney. Darnell Mooney well on his way to a 100-yard game. I did say doo-doo. You got Bunch at the bottom, 1 receiver to the top of the screen. It's going to be a handoff to Khalil Herbert. He has some room. He's unable to get past the linebacker 44 or Patrick Peterson, but he picks up about 4 or 5 yards on the play. As they show a Jacksonville replay. Jacksonville now up 23-3 over the Indianapolis Colts. 17-7 here at Minnesota. Andy Dalton, empty set. Now they bring Montgomery back to the left of him. 3 receivers to the bottom, 1 to the top of the screen. Here's the snap. Andy scanning, looking left, and he gets sacked. Pressure right up the middle on Cody Whitehair. And a huge sack for Tomlinson. It's going to bring up 3rd down and long for the Chicago Bears. Let's check it out right here. He just flat out beats Cody Whitehair across his face, just shoved Cody Whitehair out of the way, got his feet moving, got around him, was able to pick up a sack. Cody's got to do a better job. 3rd and 15 now. Andy with the snap. Andy looking downfield, looking to take a shot. He takes a shot, throwing to his right side, but it is way out of bounds. Was looking for Allen Robinson. And 4th and 15. Here come the Bears. Here comes Matt Nagy's Bears. God, man. 4th and 15. Vikings defense gets off the football field. Bears unable to get something going in this drive, unable to keep the drive going. They're going to be punting. 4th and 15 now. Bears have left the door open for the Minnesota Vikings. Twice being stopped on downs. Multiple times in the red zone of the Minnesota Vikings. Only 17 points to show for it. 17 points about status quo for Matt Nagy's football teams. Let's see if the Bears could get to 20 points. Armando, do you want to take you want to take another shot? You think the Bears get to 20 points? You think they score again? After Armando said or predicted his last week where they weren't going to get 30 points, sitting at 29 for a quarter and a half. I feel like I'd take this bet. I feel like I would see. I don't think they'll get 20 points. If they do, it'll be exactly 20. It'll be a field goal. They'll get exactly 20. But I don't have the confidence that they will. I really don't. You have allowed Minnesota to come back. Minnesota looked dead in the water that whole first half. You had negative yards passing again. You had negative yards passing again. And the defense has done a good job getting off the field. Been a couple plays here late that have been just piss poor. Eddie Jackson for one. Jalen Johnson, another one I could think of. But it comes back to putting points on the board. It comes back to to the trips that you've taken into the red zone, deep into opponent's territory, and come up with nothing or three. Nothing or three. That doesn't win football games. Matt Nagy, the field goal guru. Yeah, he might as well be that. He might as well be that. 10:53 left in this ball game. 10:53 left in the season. I don't know how the Bears, with the way that they're playing late in this game, well, the way that they're playing in the second half, I don't know how they come up with this. But Minnesota seems to have all the momentum. They seem to be the ones, seem to be the guys with the fight now. I don't know how Matt Nagy comes up with a victory. I know Mike Zimmer's had his flaws. He's had his flaws, a lot of them. But I feel like he's about to outcoach Matt Nagy again. I feel like Matt Nagy's going to get outcoached yet again in his final game as a Chicago Bears head coach. 17-7 now, 10:53 left in the fourth quarter. Vikings break the huddle. Kirk Cousins will go under center. Dalvin Cook is a deep back, 2 receivers and a tight end. Play action fake. Eddie Jackson's on a blitz, and that ball is tipped. And that ball is falling incomplete. Eddie Jackson came in on a safety blitz, was able to get a hand on it. Eddie Jackson just running his mouth after getting burnt for a touchdown. 10:48, 150 yards this half to 95 for the Chicago Bears. Eddie Jackson in coverage. Now Eddie Jackson coming down another blitz. It's going to be a handoff to Dalvin Cook. And Dalvin picks up a gain of about 7, it looks like. 6 or 7 yards. 5-yard gain, they say. Clock rolling, 10:30 and ticking. 3rd down for Minnesota. 3rd and 5 for Minnesota. Dalvin Cook, 13 rushes, 49 yards. Kirk Cousins, 203 on the day for 2 touchdowns. He's 12 of 19. 3rd and 5 here. Cousins will be under center. Got a receiver to the top of the screen, 2 receivers to the bottom. Play action fake. Got pressure. He gets rid of it, and he finds his man Jefferson. Eddie Jackson in coverage. Eddie Jackson in coverage. Now Eddie Jackson's barking at Deion Bush. Let's see what happens here. You're in man, Eddie. You just got beat. Like, he just ran away from you, Eddie. That's on Eddie Jackson. Eddie Jackson gives up a big play to Justin Jefferson. Kirk Cousins now 13-20, 229 yards. Big play for the Vikings. It's going to be a handoff to Madison. He's fighting, still pumping those legs. He gets to the 50-yard line, picks up a gain of about 5 or 6. Hard run by Madison, Alexander Madison. Tough run by him. 2nd down now and half the distance for the Minnesota Vikings. Half the distance to a 1st down for the Minnesota Vikings. They're at the 50-yard line. 2nd and 5. 9 minutes exactly in the game. You got to stack up to the top. Osgood in motion now. 2 receivers at the bottom. It's a handoff to Cook to the left side. Cook has a huge hole. He's got a hole and he's running. He's free. Oh, he gets taken down at the 20-yard line. Finally brought down. And what did I tell you? You got to watch out for the big play. The Vikings are hitting. Everybody's making a big play now for the Minnesota Vikings. Now they got the running game going. Roquan Smith unable to get out there. Dalvin Cook with a big gain for the Minnesota Vikings. Mentioned this before, guys. The Bears have left the door open. Unable to do anything on offense here in the second half. Looking, no pressure. He's throwing. He's got a wide open man in Osgood. Broken coverage yet again. Confusion yet again between this Chicago Bears secondary. Touchdown Minnesota. They are now up 23-17. They take the first lead of the ball game. Let's see the confusion. Where's the confusion? Johnson is pointing out you had two guys wide open. Jesus. Where's the communication, man? Look, you got everybody in the secondary. You got 6 players looking at each other. You got 6 Spider-Man memes out there. Everybody pointing at each other, pointing fingers. Why don't you know what your man? What is your assignment? Do your fucking job. Why can't we get that? This is ridiculous, man. Just another icing on the cake to an abysmal season. If they end up losing this fucking ball game, it is what it is. It is what it is. If they end up losing this ball game, now I'm still gonna be pissed. I'm still gonna be pissed because you just embarrassing yourselves on television week in and week out. But God, man. Eddie Jackson not knowing what the hell he's doing. Jalen Johnson not knowing what the hell he's doing. Guys over here pointing fingers in the end zone. 2 guys wide open. 2. He could have went to either one of them. This is just a shit show beyond repair right now. It's a shit show beyond repair. I told you they left the door open. I told you that it was going to come back to bite them in the ass. And it's come back to bite them in the ass. Touchdowns over field goals. Whoever's going to be the next head coach should believe in that. Believe that. Run the fucking football. Touchdowns over field goals. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. It's not unbelievable. It's very believable. It's very believable with this fucking coach, with this team. This is very believable. This is the status quo. This is exactly how this team performs. Unbelievable. Look at that second half for Kirk Cousins. 9 completions, 11 attempts, 172 yards, 3 touchdowns. 3. Count it. 3 touchdowns. The guy didn't have a clue in the first half what the hell's going on in the second. Guys don't know their assignments. Bears giving up the lead. 237 yards this half for the Vikings, 95 for the Chicago Bears. I told you about that halftime adjustment, Josh. Told you about the lack of halftime adjustments, Josh. They don't know what they're fucking doing when it comes to adjustment. They don't know how to adjust. Whoever's assessing what's going on the football field, whoever they're talking to, they don't know what the hell's going on. They need to be removed. They need to be gone. Tevin Jenkins in the ball game. I didn't see Peters. I didn't see him go down with anything, but Tevin Jenkins now in the ball game. Jenkins and Borum hopefully are going to be together for a long time, or are playing on the same field for a long time together. It's going to be a pass out to Cole Kmet. He's out across the 30-yard line of the Chicago Bears. It's going to be second and about 4 yards. Under 8 minutes to go in the game. 24-17, Minnesota with the lead now. Andy Dalton, 24 of 35, 260 yards with a touchdown. Hasn't been Andy's fault. There's been a couple passes Andy should have missed, or Andy should have made. But it hasn't been Andy's fault. Andy now under center. They go quick up to the line. Mooney in motion. It's going to be a handoff to David Montgomery. He gets hit immediately because Sam Mustipher can't hold his fucking block. Tomlinson again wreaking havoc in the backfield. Montgomery met immediately at the line of scrimmage by Tomlinson. Approaching 7 minutes left in the ball game. Mooney in motion to the bottom of the screen. 2 receivers down there, 2 to the top. Montgomery to the right of Dalton. In shotgun, here's the snap. Dalton looking to his right, throwing to his right. And he has Darnell Mooney for a first down and a gain of about 7 yards. Looks like maybe a gain of 10 yards out to Darnell Mooney. First down for the Chicago Bears. Under 7 minutes to go in the ball game. Just an out route for Mooney. Looks like he picks up about 7 yards, 6, 7 yards. First and 10 for the Bears. There's a snap, play action fake, looking to his left, throwing across the middle of the field, too high for Darnell Mooney. And they're going to throw a flag. Are they going to throw a flag on Harrison Smith? They will throw the flag on Harrison Smith. It didn't deserve a flag, but I'll take one if they're going to give it to us. Looks like they're not going to give it to us. It was a clean play. No, it wasn't a flag, Josh. He pulled up. He pulled up. If he didn't pull up, he'd have went right through Darnell Mooney. He pulled up. I don't think that was deserving of a flag. It's a good hit. Just not deserving of a flag. You got two receivers stacked up to the top. Two players in the backfield now. Andy looking. Now he hits Damiere Byrd on a curl route for a gain of about 5 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 5. 6 minutes to go in the ball game. You start to get the feeling the Bears are going to try to keep this drive going and hold the ball for one final possession and then win it with a 2-point conversion. I feel like that's the idea here. Got some confusion right now. Andy Dalton checking now. Here's a snap. Shotgun. It's going to be a swing pass out to Mooney. He's got blockers, but Mooney is going to be a yard short of the first down. I don't know why. Just a yard short of the first down. I felt like Darnell should have just put his foot in the ground and went upfield. But he tried to go lateral. It didn't work out. 4th and 1 now for the Chicago Bears. And this is pretty much the season for the Bears. If they don't get it, I feel like the Vikings are just going to go ahead and run away with this game. It's going to be a play action fake, another pass, more pressure. Andy Dalton just throws it up, and it's going to be intercepted by Patrick Peterson. Patrick Peterson's going to have a lane. He's going to take it all the way back to the house for a Minnesota Vikings touchdown. This is the most fucking ridiculous embarrassment I've ever had to deal with watching this Bears team. This is the most embarrassing loss I've had to witness, dude. You cannot tell me that this is how you wanted to fucking execute. You can't tell me on 4th and 1 you refuse to run the fucking football. You waste the fucking time. Waste the time as a fucking head coach. Doesn't deserve another shot at being a head coach. Stupidest fucking play call I've ever fucking seen. I'm done with this shit. Fire him right now. Don't even finish the game. Have him walk to the locker room, take his shit, and get it out. I'm done. I can't wait for this shit to end. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Shotgun, fucking going ahead and passing the football with 1 yard to go. 1 yard. You can't trust your guys for 1 fucking yard. Total fucking collapse, Michon. Total fucking collapse. Don't fucking let him on the plane. Don't let him anywhere near the plane. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, your Chicago Bears. Your Chicago Bears. Fucking game sums up the entire era of Matt Nagy. Unbelievable, man. You fucking clown with your fucking visor. Get the hell off the field. 4th and short. Let's play action fake and try to throw downfield, even though they've been stopping us from throwing downfield all game long. 8th time's a charm. What a fucking clown this guy is, man. I don't want to hear shit from him. You know what? I will be waiting for that press conference. I'll be waiting for that press conference just to hear just one last time to hear this motherfucker bullshit his way through it. To see what type of BS he has to spew. One last time. This is it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Take it. 31-17. Take a couple knees and get the fuck out of here. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And he just refuses to do the things that go against his rules. Refuses to do the things that he doesn't like to do. The dirty work. Refuses to get his hands dirty. Matt Nagy. You have to be able to run when everyone knows you're running. And he refuses to do that. David Montgomery not on the field again. That ball is completed to Damiere Byrd for a first down. Got another flag. Minnesota roughs the passer, so the Bears will get another 15 yards after that. First and 10 for Chicago. You take a look at the hit. I don't know how he would feel. How would he feel a little woozy from a hit to the hip? God, these commentators are garbage. Here we go. First and 10 at midfield, if anybody cares. Montgomery not in the ball game. Dalton looking. He gets his hand hit, and it's going to be another interception for the Minnesota Vikings. This ball game is over. This ball game is done. The Chicago Bears are going to lose, and they're going to lose in epic fashion. It's going to put an exclamation. It's going to put the fucking cherry on top to the shit sandwich, the shit Sunday that has been Matt Nagy's career as a head coach. The shit Sunday of a shit show offense. The cherry on top right there. Amazing. Out-coached yet again. What did I tell you guys? He was going to get fucking out-coached. Armando, they're not going to get to 20, Armando. They ain't going to get to 20. They can't get to 30. They can't get to 20. They can't keep the fucking football. How are you going to stop them? The Vikings are going to go in and score again right here. How are you going to stop them? You're going to have Eddie Jackson talk? Is Eddie Jackson going to do some more talking? What about the guys that are upset with the fans at being upset with them because your fucking team can't execute? What about those guys? Where are those guys at? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 31-17, Minnesota with the lead. Vikings under center now. 2nd and 10. It's going to be a handoff to Madison. He's going to be swallowed up right away by Travis Gibson. It's going to be a loss of about 4 yards. The clock is stopped for some reason. And the Bears take a time. Don't fucking take a timeout. Don't take a timeout. Let the clock run. Let the clock run. Don't take a timeout. Don't. Just fucking put us out of our fucking misery. Don't take a timeout. I'm good with this. I'm good with it. I'm good. I'm okay right here, right now with this fucking shit because it's over. Because it's over. God, man. This is same old story week in and week out. Same old Bears. Same old Bears. Same old Bears. You think Ryan Pace deserves to fucking keep a job to get promoted up with this shit that he's put on the field? Eddie Jackson? $4:20 left in the ball game. 4:20 left in the season. Can't fucking come fast enough. Vikings will punt. Justin Jefferson will be the second leading receiver in franchise history. Looks like he's going to be just short of Randy Moss's single season record. Minnesota will punt the football. Let's see. Daz Newsome with a fair catch at the 15-yard line. That's where the Bears will take over. That's 4 and out in this drive. Are we doing that? How about first play empty? First play empty. Interception. First play, go empty set. Andy throws another pick. 3 picks in a row? Anybody want to take it? 3 picks in a row? Oh, God. Look, you even got Kirk Cousins doing this shit. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And it's Patrick Peterson's first interception of the year, goes back for a touchdown in the final game of the season. Ironic. Empty set, what'd I tell you? Empty set. Empty set. Where's the pick? Here it comes. Oh. Cole Kmet complete for a gain of 2 yards. Andy Dalton with another shot taken. Second down now. It's almost over, guys. Under 3:30 left in the season. Andy Dalton in shotgun. You got 4 receivers out there. Williams in the backfield. Dalton's hand is hit again. 3rd and 8, and it's all unraveling now. It's all falling apart now. Are they ruling that a fumble? No. More pressure on Andy Dalton. 3rd and 8. 4 receivers out there. The running back is Williams to the left of Dalton. Andy throwing over the middle, and he completes it for a first down to Jimmy Graham. Complete out across the 25-yard line to Jimmy Graham. Approaching 3 minutes left in the ball game, in the season. Once again, can't come soon enough for all Bears fans. I feel like I could speak for all of you when I say that. Andy Dalton looking, pump faking, pressure in his face, evading pressure, and now brought down in the backfield. You have Willikis on the pressure again on Larry Borum. Almost pulls Dalton down with one hand, was holding off Borum with one arm, trying to sack Dalton with the other. Andy Dalton drops back, looking, throws it out to the flat to Jimmy Graham again. It's going to be 3rd down and well short of the first down marker. 2-minute warning is upon us, and I think the Bears are just going to take it down to that. Andy Dalton, 31 of 46, 306 yards. Only 17 points to show for all those numbers. The Bears struggling to get 20 points again in Matt Nagy's tenure. Everything's falling apart now. It's over. It's all unraveling. Yeah, nothing more to say for me. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. The only reason I speak loudly about it or I get animated, it's because I hate watching shitty football, man. I hate watching shitty football. You hate watching shitty football. The Bears play shitty football. It's about time they corrected it. 2 minutes left in this shit regime. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes away from never hearing Matt Nagy's name again, aligned with the Chicago Bears head coaching job. Yeah, same shit show every year. What is Matt Nagy going to say in this press conference? I bet you could find a game last year and just replay that, and it'll be the same shit. I get animated because I know football. And what the hell's going on out there? Everything that's going on out there, that ain't it, man. That ain't it. That ain't it. The Bears, Jekyll and Hyde Bears, half to half. They just don't know what they're doing game to game. The adjustments are questionable, to say the least. As we get back to the action here, last game of the season. Guys, I will actually be continuing this Bears reporting, this relationship we have with me and you talking Bears. I'm going to keep doing that. I'm going to actually add a couple days where I go ahead and I talk Bears throughout the week in the offseason. I'll definitely be doing calling playoff games this year. So come next week when the playoffs start, I'll be picking one game and calling that game. I got a couple people that I know, a couple outside fans that aren't Bears fans that have teams in the playoffs. I might just go ahead and invite them on. But I will be talking more Bears as more pressure. Larry Borom gives up another sack on Andy Dalton. Larry Borom is just getting his ass kicked on these last couple of downs. Fourth down, another sack by the Minnesota Vikings. Another sack by Willekes. Willekes is just, look at that. He just straight up beat Larry Borom. Just aggressive. He's angry, he's strong, pushing Larry around. Larry Borom has a lot of promises. Isn't me knocking Larry Borom, but it is what it is. He's just got his ass kicked these last 4 downs. He hasn't been doing a good job. Here it is. This is it, guys. 4th and 19. Got to go big. Oh, no. Let's go short. Hey, they gave it to Daz Newsome, of all people. Look at that shit. And that's how the Bears season is going to end, on a huge whimper. Daz Newsome with the reception finally was able to make a guy miss, get upfield. Unbelievable. I'm glad it's over. You need to be glad it's over. Embarrassing. Embarrassing, to say the least. I'm not going to blame Kirk. I'm not going to blame Dalton. Not going to blame, I am going to blame some of the defense. I am going to blame Eddie Jackson. I am going to point to Jalen Johnson giving up on a play that wasn't dead. But I'm not going to point at Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton did what he could in this game. David Montgomery did what he could in this game. You can only do so much when you're playing against the opponent, you're playing against the referee, and you're playing against your fucking head coach. $53 seconds left. Last minute in the Matt Nagy era. 20 points, never. Couldn't even get 20 fucking points. Armando, yet again, you are correct, sir. They had 29 points last week with about a quarter and a half left. 29 points. Couldn't get fucking 30. And the Minnesota Vikings are in victory formation. And this one is fucking over. Embarrassing loss again for the Chicago Bears. I'm going to go ahead and bring in special guests to go ahead and finish out this terrible Bears season. You guys know him. He's a familiar face. Luke Nettles. Luke, what's up, man? Yeah, I know you're listening to what the fuck was going on with me, but it's the same old bullshit Bears that we seen last year, that we seen the year before that we seen in every game this year. They have the lead. You have opportunities at the 1. You have opportunities with 1 yard to go to get a first down. And you do the fucking opposite of what you should do and put the ball in your best player's hand, and that's David Montgomery. Just an embarrassing loss. This one, probably the worst loss of the fucking year.
Yeah, I mean, it's, to me, if I'm a Bears fan, it's the greatest day ever, because tomorrow Matt Nagy's gone. So, that to me, that's a huge thing. I did see where I saw a list of 5 coaches you guys were talking about, and I can't be too happy because 2 of those are our coordinators in Todd Bowles and Byron Leftwich. Which is fine with me because Vic Fangio got let go too, so I wouldn't mind having Fangio down in Tampa either. But I think that it's like we're just now see like I can't believe it's taken this long for the Nagy experiment to be over with. And then you have injuries and whatnot, and Dalton, he is what he is. My thing too was, if Foles and Fields aren't, I'm sorry, not Foles, but Dalton and Fields aren't really cutting it. I mean, I feel like Foles should have maybe got a few more opportunities throughout the season, with them kind of both going back and forth off the injury list. But like I said, and then Allen Robinson, I mean, what's up with that guy? I just don't understand. In Cole Kmet, I mean, they still have positions I feel like they could have utilized more.
Yeah, Daz Newsome gets 1 reception at the end of the game.
Yeah,
he's out there making plays on special team, making tackles on special teams, making plays in the receiving in the return game. Why isn't he being utilized more? Then you look at how you have 2 running backs in Herbert and you have and Montgomery, right? You get down, you're able to move the ball consistently. You're able to get into the red zone consistently. You get down to 4th and 1, you get down to 3rd and 1, and it's like your asshole fucking puckers up. It's like you become this little bitch who's too scared to go ahead, line up, man to man, and fucking get it in the end zone.
Yeah. And the other thing they
not going to be afraid. Find me somebody who's not going to be fucking afraid to go ahead, line up man for man, and say, "Hey, get the fucking ball in the end zone." Because that shit was
Yeah, there's the other thing I feel like they did throughout the season was they got one-dimensional when they got down there in the red zone. It's like, put in Jimmy Graham, and it just always wait to Jimmy Graham. I was just like, you have another tight end and Kmet, like put him out there as a decoy and go to the opposite side of the end zone in the back corner to Kmet. It just, I don't know. There's just so many things that, we've talked about it. God knows. I mean, to the end until our teeth fall out pretty much. But the Nagy thing is, and we're going back to let's just take the Wims incident. When the team rallied around Laser instead of Nagy. I mean, like it's, they're saying, the players are playing for Nagy. Like, I don't know, man. It's time for him to be gone.
I was sick of that shit, hearing that shit on the broadcast. First of all, Gus Johnson and Akeem Talib, I don't want to hear him again. Like, I don't want to hear him again. And if the Bears don't get right, you will be hearing him again because they're not going to just give you the 2 best commentators to call a shitty game. So they're going to give you they're going to give you their bottom of the barrel guys. But like you were saying, Akeem's over here trying to make excuses, trying to tell us, Nagy's a good guy, nice guy. I don't give a fuck about that, man. I don't care about that. That is so beyond what the hell needs to happen. Like, I don't care that he's a nice guy, a gentleman or whatever. That doesn't matter. He doesn't get the job done when it comes to football. He hasn't done it in years. I'm glad he's fired. I'm glad it's over. I'm heated now, but I'm fucking like, thank God it's done. Like, let's move on. What the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, I think
let's keep it going.
The other thing is, too, this is the thing as being a Bears fan that I would be a little worried about, too, is the fact that hopefully it's a 2-package deal and they're both sent out the door. But if you keep one and let the other one go, that's another whole can of worms that I don't even want to think about for Chicago fans because I feel like Pace needs to be gone, too. I mean, I think his time's up. And like I said, if they only let go of one, it's going to be disappointing.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. It's just how I see it. It's the gut feeling I have inside from the reports, from everything. It needs to be both of them, but it won't be. It'll just be one. It'll be Matt Nagy. My thing with Ryan Pace, and I've been saying it for a while now. There's this weird pitch or this weird like complacency amongst Bears fans right now. It's kind of a mix, but I'm hearing it a lot more where they're, all right, you're going to keep Ryan Pace. Okay. Like we're just okay. Like how many swings and misses has Ryan Pace had? You know what I mean? Like how many times has he been able to answer the call? Like you're drafting an offensive lineman in the 7-6 round, hoping you could get him on a cheap. You know what I mean? Like your first round draft picks, not good. You know what I'm saying? You had your best draft this past season, but it doesn't make up for all the misses, man. It really doesn't make up for all the misses.
No, he's like I said, I feel like it needs to be a package deal, and they both need to be let go. Like I said, you're probably right. They probably won't get rid of both of them, but to the dismay of most fans. But we're gonna have to see where do they go from here? So a lot of it's gonna depend on their new coach. There's some good ones out there. Let's just hope that they can find the ones that, like you said, that aren't afraid to call plays in the red zone or anything like that. Oh no, let's do a jet sweep at the 4. Hopefully we're done seeing that in Chicago. But it's going to be interesting.
Right out the gate,
Yeah.
jet sweep. Whenever it was jet sweep for the first play, jet sweep for the first play out of the half for them. Jet sweep on that last drive, oh, here comes a jet sweep. We're gonna have a great drive, that's gonna be the dictator of the drive, whether that jet sweep is successful or not.
It's crazy. I don't get it.
I don't understand it. It's been one hell of a fucking topsy-turvy ride. I'm glad it's over with Matt Nagy. I'm disappointed that there's gonna be no more Bears football, but if you're gonna march that product out there, I'm happy. I'm happy it's done. I'm happy we could get beyond it. Getting it right, that's a whole nother story. But real quick before we go ahead and go, I'm gonna keep it short on the back end. Let's talk about the Bucs and AB. Let's talk about that, dude. Antonio Brown. I felt like we all knew what it was. You know what I'm saying? I felt like we all knew what it was. For the Bucs, at least. For the Bucs and Bruce Arians, it was strictly football. It's strictly about winning. When you talk about it with Tom Brady, it's a different story, though. Like it's more of a you guys are cool. You guys are brother. Tom's letting you sleep in his fucking house, bro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You're being allowed to stay in the man's house. Then you go ahead and you just throw him under the bus like that. Like he meant fucking nothing. Like his relationship and how he was treating you meant fucking nothing whatsoever. That he was never your friend. It pretty much that was it. He was never your friend. He was just using me. And it went back. It kept going back to, how come I'm on a prove it deal? How come Gronk gets money? How come this guy? It goes back to jealousy and selfishness for Antonio Brown. So let me know what your thoughts about it, man. And then let us know about the Fugazi ankle excuse as he heels and jumping jacks off the field.
Yeah, I'll just start with that ankle. You got cleared to play the game, bud. You got cleared to suit up. The balls didn't come your way, and then you got you pulled an AB, pretty much. We've seen this with receivers religiously. That's why Odell's in LA. There's been a receiver problem forever. I'm not getting the ball enough. I'm not getting the ball enough. I'm not getting the ball enough, which is fine. But he knew going into Tampa that you're playing next to Godwin and Evans. You're not going to be the star. You're not going to be the number one guy. We've got 2 other guys that are plenty capable without you. So he's just an ass for that. But that whole ankle thing, man, it's you were cleared to play the game. Don't tell me that. And not at one point did you have medical or go under the tent in that game to look at your ankle again, and then all of a sudden your ankle hurts and you don't want to go in, and then props to Bruce Arians. He said you got one mistake. The vaccination card thing could have been it for him in the first place. He could have been gone then, and they probably should have, because then we wouldn't be talking about this right now. But, like I said, things happen. People are who they are. Things get let go, swept under the rug, and then now it blows up in your face. But, yeah, for him to go at Tom Brady like that is just – that's some low-level bitch shit, man. Straight up. That's just some whiny shit. And I hope to God that he's done in the NFL.
I don't think – and that was another – I don't think – if it were me, he ain't on my team. Period.
Right.
Shit.
Right.
No. I don't think he's going to be. I feel like there's going to be a team that already talks about, whispers about teams already talking to Antonio Brown, coaches talking with Antonio Brown. But like you said, that it was. I knew he was full of shit. Like when he came up with the ankle injury, I was like, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we were wrong. We didn't. Obviously, we don't know what's going on the sidelines. We don't know what happens in the locker room. Maybe AB came up lame, on a play, and he just couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Well, you got cleared to play. Nothing wrong happened to you.
Right.
You have multiple reports of your teammates saying that they're overhearing you bitch in the locker room at halftime about not getting possessions, bitching on the sideline about not getting possessions. Only worried about AB.
Yep.
At a certain point, and you know what? Yeah, mental illness might be a factor, maybe. But let's be real. AB's had this track record for forever. This is who he is. AB's just an asshole.
Yeah.
He's just a selfish asshole that's not going to change. I could see a team next year taking a shot at him. Not in the playoffs. I don't see it in the playoffs, but I could see a team taking a shot at him next year and him just doing the same thing. Thing. There's no – football's not – like you're not making your football decisions based on character. At least a lot of these guys aren't. You know
I mean, and he walked away from $1 million. Like, he was only so many catches away from 333,000, so many yards away from 333, touchdown 300. Like, the guy is just. I mean, that's a. Yeah, maybe at some point, if I am a team, I'm going to be like, hey, let's get you checked for CTE, ASAP before I even sign you, because if that's the case, then no, let's just leave him alone. Because I mean, and it all goes back to that hit from the who's that, Burfict, that hit him. I mean, and ever since then, he's been different. I mean, he was a problem with the Raiders. He was a problem with the Patriots. Now he's a problem with Tampa.
Well,
he was a problem in Pittsburgh.
He was a problem with Pittsburgh. They were keeping that under wraps. He was a problem. He got kicked out of Florida Atlantic, or was it Florida International, before he went to Central Michigan. This is who he is. Yeah. Does he have CTE? I mean, you won't know until, unfortunately, the person passes. But if you could see that maybe a personality disorder, or something, you know what I mean? Like some type of. So, and I accuse it. It's selfishness to me. It's just being selfish and a self-centered,
and a lot of ego,
especially and especially when guys and you could go ahead and call some Instagram girl to come, do the damn thing at any moment. You could go ahead and throw thousands of dollars at a strip club. Like the power trip and like that entitlement that's who AB is. Like that's who AB is. That's 100% the person he is.
And last year, last year he was a saint. You know what I mean? Like him and Brady, Brady had him in there. They got in there. You didn't hear him hardly complain at all last year. And then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it's what a time to do it right before you go into the playoffs. Like that's an asshole move right there. I mean, I'm sorry. Put him down as one of the worst ever. He can good luck to him, whatever. But I just hope he's done in the NFL. And I hope the NFL is. Tired of it too, because it's just a smear on them. Like, because maybe they shouldn't have let him come back. Who knows? But we'll see. And I hope to God he doesn't get another job in the NFL. I hope no team picks him up.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I'm gonna wrap things up here because I'm fucking hungry. Like I mentioned to you guys, I will be on Mondays and Fridays now. Set up with a new show, another Bears show. I'm calling it. So I will be on Mondays tomorrow at 4:00. Fridays at 7. Friday will be a little bit of a longer show. Mondays is going to be a more a quicker show, maybe a 30-minute show at the most. But I will be on again tomorrow. I'll be keeping that show going up until next season. I just want to keep talking Bears. There's going to be a lot of movements, a lot of decisions to be made. I want to keep it up and keep talking and stay in the know. But Luke, thank you for joining me, man. I appreciate it. I'll see you later. I'll hit you up, man. Appreciate you coming on. Fucking Bears suck, man. like I'm glad it's over. I'm glad it's over. You've seen this shit for as long as you can too. So yeah, it's finally done. Luke, thank you for joining me, man. I'll see you later.
All right, take care, man.
Later. Yeah, man. Wrap things up here, guys. It's over. It's finally over. We could go ahead and at least rest easy knowing that this guy, this fraud, won't be back as a head coach. You'll have something new. Hopefully it's the right thing, the right kind of new, and not the wrong kind of new or the same type of new. Hopefully we get somebody that's more than qualified, somebody that commands respect of not only the locker room, but of the front office, somebody who gets the fan base going. Disappointing to say the least. Bears lose 31-17 to the Minnesota Vikings to end the year. Guys, I'm Ivan Vargas. Again, make sure you check me out tomorrow at 4:00 for another Bears show. Be breaking this down, and hopefully I'll be bringing you some good news of a Matt Nagy firing hopefully I'll be bringing you some good news of a Ryan Pace firing as well come tomorrow at 4 o'clock. But again, guys, tomorrow at 4, I'll be on another Bears show. Join me kind of combing through, combing through this this last game and also talking about future decisions for the Chicago Bears. Until next time, guys, make sure you like, share, and subscribe to Sports Zone Chicago on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Make sure you check out my page. Just go ahead and search Ivan Vargas in the search bar on Instagram. on YouTube. Make sure you also download the Sports Zone Chicago app wherever you get your apps from. Final score 31, Vikings to Chicago Bears 17. End this season in a whimper. I'm Ivan Vargas, guys. See you tomorrow.